chanté par le député de Courtenay Alberni.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all us commend. Quand embrasser porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, tant histoire et une épopée. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes.
Oh, here we go.
Honorable collègues,
Honorable colleagues, it's with a heavy heart that I take the floor to express my profound sadness at the loss of one of our colleagues, Constable Jeffrey S. Marcoux.
several years, Constable Marcoux showed up in this place to serve, to keep each one of us safe. To lose a colleague who was in the prime of his life is hard. To find words adequate to express the tragedy of this loss is simply impossible.
We are all saddened. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and friends of Constable Marcoux in these difficult times. As they go through the difficult stages of grieving, I know that here in this place, our thoughts go out to them.
Is a complex emotion. Dealing with these emotions starts with recognizing that it's okay to not be okay, that it's okay to grieve. Qu'il est important de se donner.
It's important to give ourselves the time to grieve.
Friends, many of whom who are here on Parliament Hill today, nothing can take away the pain of this loss. Mais sachez,
but know that here in this place, we will honor his memory. We are inspired by his life of service. We will miss him.
merci.
Thank you.
I invite all honourable members to stand to observe a moment of silence in the memory of the late Constable Jeffrey Marcoux. J'invite les honorables députés
I invite honorable members to rise and observe a moment of silence in the memory of the late Constable Jeffrey Marcoux.
I thank all honourable members. Je vous remercie tous les collègues honorables. Statement by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member from Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, the strength of our communities is its people, especially those who commit themselves to helping others in need. This past weekend, I attended the South Asian Community Hub's first annual fundraising gala, which was a huge success. Such is a non-profit organization which offers wraparound services to individuals and families facing health and social challenges. Their mission is to foster the well-being of diverse communities in BC by providing low-barrier services, counseling, and advocacy through South Asian perspective in multiple languages. I ask all members to join me in thanking such as outreach team, leadership, and the board of directors, including Executive Director Daljit Gill Badesha and Chair Harman Pandey, for their compassion, generosity, and commitment in making our communities stronger and healthier.
The honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, MS Canada continues to push forward in the fight against multiple sclerosis. With a mission to connect and empower the MS community to create positive change for those affected by it, they have their sights set firmly on a world free of MS. I had the joy of having my wife Kyla and my mother-in-law Donna join me in Ottawa this week for the kickoff of MS Awareness Month. We all know someone who lives with the disease. My wife has connected with staffers, MP spouses, even her hairdresser, that way they can have MS so that they can share their experiences and their treatments. I've seen firsthand the impacts of MS and the resilience of my wife in her fight with this disease. Some days are better than others with MS, but her fight against it inspires me every single day. In honor of MS Awareness Month, I'm wearing a carnation to show my solidarity with the MS community. Let's work for a better country for those with MS and support those who need it. Thank you.
The honourable member from Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, I am a proud Polish Canadian, and in this month I am proud to join over 1 million Polish Canadians in celebrating the first ever National Polish Heritage Month. For centuries, Polish Canadians arrived in waves to settle communities from Wilno to Winnipeg, to raise their families and to help build our Canada. They served as teachers, nurses, engineers, and electricians. They built businesses from aerospace to automotive, and they contributed to the vibrant cultural mosaic that is Canada by opening restaurants and cultural centers and churches. And they proudly served our country as members of our Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we will raise the Polish flag on Parliament Hill for the first time. And I will think of my Polish school teachers, Pani Zahaluk and Pani Bohus. And I will think of my soccer coaches, Coach Kowalczykowski and Coach Kruba. But most of all, I will think of my parents who instilled in me a love of Polish heritage. To all I say, Happy Polish Heritage Month. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, multiple sclerosis affects thousands of Quebecers and Canadians. The disease generally manifests itself in people between the ages of 20 and 49, people of career-building and family-building age. Fortunately, The number of drugs available to slow or halt its progression has increased considerably in recent years, but we can do more. Less than 10% of the funds for MS research go to prevention. It's imperative that we give our full support to the research community in exploring these new fields of study. Today, to mark MS Awareness Month, I'm wearing a carnation to show my commitment to improving the quality of life of people with MS.
L'honorable député de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to speak about Hudson's St. James Anglican Church in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, a venerable institution which has stood proudly since 1842, was struck by a heart-wrenching tragedy on April 14th when a fierce fire devastated the historic structure. For over 180 years, St. James Church has served proudly as a place of worship, a venue for music and art shows, a drop-off location for the collection of food and supplies for those in need, a gathering place where Scouts proudly receive their badges and their accolades every single year, and where generations of couples have said, "I do." It has served not just as a building, but as a pillar of community life, heritage, love, and kindness. Amidst the ashes, unwavering resilience and kindness illuminates the path forward. From the firefighters who fought valiantly to contain the fire, to Reverend Sophie Rolland's steadfast determination to rebuild, to all those that have come forward since to pledge support, the collective community response serves as a powerful reminder that from the depths of despair, we will emerge stronger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, it is the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Air Force. Today I think of Warrant Officer Lloyd Joseph Stock, who joined the Royal Canadian Air Force in 1940 during World War II at the age of 29. He received his wings in Brandon, Manitoba before going to serve in England. As part of the Coastal Command's 220 Bomber Squadron, he had to protect the merchant marine ships by hunting German U-boats and submarines. It was dangerous work, a lot more dangerous than his job as a florist before the war. On a sortie over the Bay of Biscay in 1942, Lloyd's plane was shot down. His crew had just 35 seconds to bail out into a rubber dinghy. They survived 30 hours in the cold Atlantic before an Australian Sunderland float plane rescued him. In spite of his crash, Warrant Officer Lloyd Stock completed 22 sorties. Sadly, the rest of his crew did not survive the war. Lest we forget.
Yeah. L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, May is Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Month, an opportunity to highlight the profound impacts MS has on all Canadians, and in particular on the 90,000 who live with the disease. Mais ce mois n'est pas seulement une question de sensibilité.
But it's not just about awareness, it's also about ensuring access to care, promoting research, and to promoting inclusion. Let's learn more about MS and ways to better support those affected in our community.
Thousands of Canadians in wearing a carnation this month, a flower that has become the symbol of MS, of the MS community, and in hope of a future free of multiple sclerosis. Thank you.
The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, as we bid farewell to the 5th Annual Sikh Heritage Month in Canada, a celebration of resilience, diversity, and the enduring spirit of Sikhism, we take a moment to reflect on the rich contributions of Sikh Canadians and the vibrant Sikh community flourishing in the city of Vaughan and including in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. April reminded us of the remarkable contributions that Sikhs have made through Canada's history. They were pivotal in constructing the Canadian Pacific Railway, served with distinction in both world wars, and significantly advanced agricultural innovation. Sikh Canadians are key advocates for human rights and promoting equality. Their unwavering commitment is seen through community-oriented initiatives like the Save a Food Bank and Khalsa Aid. Through their leadership, including in this most honourable House, entrepreneurship and cultural contributions, they are building bridges and breaking barriers and enriching our society. Sikh heritage is carried through the spirit of inclusivity and understanding, which are shared Canadian values. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ka Fateh.
The honourable member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, drugs, chaos, crime and death rage on our streets. Last year in BC alone, there was a record 2,500 overdose deaths. Since the Liberals have come into power, there's been over 42,000 overdose deaths. In communities across British Columbia, hard drugs are openly used, even in hospitals and coffee shops. Businesses have been forced to close. Parents comb through schoolyards, collecting needles, trying to protect their children. Kicking and screaming, David Eby's NDP government has finally conceded that their Liberal NDP drug legalization experiment has led to death and ruined lives in its wake. This failed, radical, Liberal NDP experiment must end now. Full stop. Common sense Conservatives will ban hard drugs, stop taxpayer-funded drugs, and put that money into detox and recovery.
The honourable member from Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, once again I rise today to draw the House's attention to the horrific and wholesale abuse of justice taking place in Iran. The regime in Tehran continues to wage war on its own citizens. Several days ago, 33-year-old Tumaj Salehi was sentenced to death. An extraordinary hip-hop artist and rapper, Tumaj has simply been demanding that the civil rights of all Iranians be respected. Despite having already endured over 250 days of solitary confinement, Tumaj has remained resolute in his demands. His undaunting courage has inspired the world. Over the last several days, thousands upon thousands have participated in protests across Canada and in other cities around the world. Each member of this House should add our voices to theirs. Tumaj must be set free immediately. We can ill afford to turn a blind eye to the unconscionable impunity of the Iranian regime. Thank you.
The honourable member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today out of great concern for all of us who live or work in the Greater Toronto Area. We have learned that Toronto City Hall is requesting that the federal government legalize hard drugs like fentanyl, meth, and cocaine. Evidence from British Columbia already shows that legalizing hard drugs puts the safety and health of our neighborhoods at risk and only increases drug overdose deaths. It is alarming and, quite frankly, shocking that Toronto City Hall would want to expand the Prime Minister's extremist experiment from British Columbia and bring it to Ontario. We ask that the Prime Minister reject Toronto City Hall's request and instead invest in the treatment and recovery programs that our communities need.
The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Liberal leadership race 2024 is well underway, and Mark Carney is the first out of the gate. He's been jet-setting across the country, preaching his gospel of 4 more years of broken, failed, and woke Liberal NDP policies that have made Canadians poor and Canada's economy weaker. That's why Common Sense Conservatives moved a motion at the Finance Committee to have Mark Carney testify. When Carbon Tax Carney is coronated as Liberal leader, Canadians should be terrified at his wacko policies to continue to quadruple the carbon tax, continue deficit spending, and hike taxes. It's too bad the Liberal lapdog NDP shut down our motion and chose to protect Carbon Tax Carney, protect this corrupt Liberal NDP government, and protect their leader's pension. It's time for the NDP to step up and show some intestinal fortitude. Have Mark Carney testify at the committee, and for once, hold the Liberals accountable for their record of wacko policies.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to commemorate the 140th anniversary of U.S. diplomatic presence in Winnipeg, a testament to the deep enduring bonds between Canada and the United States. Since the appointment of the first U.S. consul in 1869, our ties have only grown stronger, underscored by the consulate's reopening in 2001. This event was marked by U.S. Ambassador Gordon Giffin and Manitoba Premier Gary Dewar, who highlighted our shared commitment to cross-border cooperation and regional development. In 2016, commitment was further solidified when hosted North American Energy Ministers meeting. It was a privilege for my father, who was then the Natural Resources Minister, to welcome U.S. Secretary of Energy Ernie Moniz along along with other distinguished leaders. Their discussions culminated in a memorandum of understanding that enhanced our cooperative efforts on climate change and energy. As we reflect on the past and look to the future, let us continue to nurture this partnership that not only supports our economic and environmental goals, but strengthens the ties that bind our nations together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in this House to acknowledge a historic first for Canadian girls in soccer. The Port Moody Soccer Club U16 girls are the only Canadian team on their way to Dalian, China to compete in the International School Sport Federation Football World Cup. This is the first girls team to represent Canada at this Olympic Committee-recognized event. It has been incredible to watch how hard the girls have worked to make this a reality. I encourage all Canadians to give their support to these young women as they represent Canada on the world stage. And it's not too late for partners to support the team to help ensure all girls, regardless of financial situation, can go. On behalf of myself, all my NDP colleagues, and the residents of Port Moody Coquitlam and Morin Belcara, we wish you luck. We're proud of you.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Let's mark May 1st, International Workers' Day, together. Let's mark it together and unite so our voices can be heard. It's a chance to remember the gains made by the great workers' rights movements. It's also a chance to highlight the rights that are yet to be won, like the right to EI for everyone who loses their job or whose seasonal work is coming to an end. The right to decent working conditions, including for temporary foreign workers and asylum seekers. The right to earn a living when the cost of living is soaring and there's a housing crisis. But also the right to be valued in the workplace. The right to live, not just work, in an increasingly fast-paced society. For those who can, join the Coalition's May Day March in Montreal. And I would encourage everyone to stand united in the fight for workers' rights.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
After 9 years of this radical Liberal NDP coalition, crime and chaos are the new norm in our Canadian streets. In BC, the Liberals' dangerous hard drug legalization experiment has caused chaos in hospitals, playgrounds, parks, and public transit, which the radical BC NDP admitted last week. These Liberals ignored evidence when they granted BC's request, and overdose deaths skyrocketed by 400%. The City of Toronto is now asking the government to legalize cocaine, heroin, and fentanyl like they did in BC. That means kids in Toronto stepping over needles in playgrounds, more dangerous drugs, more people suffering instead of getting the help that they need. This extremist experiment has failed in BC, and these Liberals should rule it out for Toronto. The minister responsible is from Toronto. She could say no today, and she won't because her radical boss won't let her. Ban hard drugs. If they won't do it, Conservatives will. Care, compassion, law and order, common sense. It seems like we're the only party with any of that.
That's right.
Well said.
The honourable member from Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Speaker. May is Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Month, and MS Canada will recognize this month through a variety of activities and events, including MS Day on the Hill. I would like to thank all those who go above and beyond in supporting and championing for the MS community. Doctors, various healthcare workers, researchers, family support networks, and the entire MS staff and volunteers. I would also like to acknowledge the impact that ordinary Canadians have had through the years through their generous donations. This year, there is an $8 million fundraising goal for the month of May, which will allow them to continue funding critical research and programming that enhances the quality of life for those impacted by MS. Recent breakthroughs in research also gives us hope and will also give confidence to those who are living with MS. We stand on the cusp of new discoveries. Thank you to all Canadians who rallied around the country to raise awareness and to support those living with MS, including my son, Riley.
Oral questions. Questions à l'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Unfortunately, Montreal and Quebec are not safe from the chaos that the Prime Minister caused in British Columbia when he legalized hard drugs. In fact, the Public Health Director of Montreal has suggested moving forward with that same legalization. Will the Prime Minister reverse course on his radical position when it comes to legalizing drugs? Or will he impose the same chaos in Montreal that he already imposed in British Columbia? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's take a moment here to reflect on what occurred yesterday. You had to censor the Leader of the Opposition because he refused to withdraw his unparliamentary language. He was engaging in political attacks about a huge human tragedy in British Columbia. Now, we, of course, take this tragedy seriously. We act with compassion. We act based on facts and evidence. We will support British Columbia as they transition and adjust their pilot project. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. So, does he rule out legalizing hard drugs in Montreal? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition knows full well that our government acts based on facts and teamwork with provinces. The province of British Columbia requested a pilot project. We're working with them. We studied it with them. We gave them the green light for their pilot project. We have not received such a request from any other provinces. If other provinces wanted to have a similar project, we would look at it and make a responsible decision based on the facts and based on precedent in other places.
Position.
Right. So he is opening the door to legalizing hard drugs in Montreal and perhaps in other cities in Quebec. We're against it.
Minister legalized smoking meth in hospital rooms, shooting up heroin in parks next to children, using hard drugs on public transit. The British Columbia government has asked him to reverse this legalization for parks, hospitals, and transit. Will he? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the opioid epidemic is hitting families, communities, and individuals right across this country and has for many, many years. That's why we are continuing to use an approach grounded in compassion, in public safety and public health, and facts-based decisions. We responded to British Columbia government's asking for a pilot project. We will, yes, work with them to adjust it in ways that they see fit. It's important to make sure that BC continues to do the things that it needs to do to keep people safe in its jurisdiction.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He still refuses to answer the question on whether or not he will reverse himself. He made the decision to exempt hard drugs from the criminal law so that it became legal to smoke meth or crack in a hospital room, including around nurses who are breastfeeding their kids. This has caused chaos, and 6 British Columbians are dying every day that he delays. So will he announce that as of today, he's changed his mind and he's reversing his legalization of hard drugs in BC? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a number of years ago, British Columbia approached us with a pilot project that they wanted to bring in to look at a different way of dealing with the ongoing public health crisis that was hitting British Columbia around the opioid epidemic. We worked with them as they developed this pilot project, and now that they are asking for modifications to that project, we are looking at those modifications, and we will work with BC as they seek to adjust their plans around public health and around dealing with this opioid epidemic.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there is no time to waste. The BC government asked him to reverse his legalization of crack, heroin, and other hard drugs in public places on Friday. Every day, 6 British Columbians die of overdoses under this policy, and many more die as a result of drug-induced crimes. So there is no time for bureaucratic and political considerations. Will he announce now that his experiment with legalizing hard drugs in BC is over? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you will understand if I take it with a little skepticism when the Leader of the Opposition says this is not about politics, because he has been the one that has been pointing out vulnerable people and trying to pursue ideological aims on this ongoing public health crisis. We have consistently stepped up to work with provinces, with municipalities, with jurisdictions, indeed, including by moving forward with British Columbia as they wanted to try a pilot project, that we are working with them to adjust in ways that make sense. We understand the urgency and we will act.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I've felt reassured for a while because I was sleeping very poorly, but now things are better. Wait, the NDP, they're going to vote with the Liberals for this budget, but the Bloc, we will vote against it. Now I'd like to read you something, Mr. Speaker, said by Ms. Amira Al-Gawabi. She said, "We are determined to defend the values of religious freedom and equality in our Constitution that are at the very core of our democracy. This is why we challenge this discriminatory and unconstitutional law." Well, Mr. Speaker,
On a dépassé le temps.
the member used all his time. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we chose to build bridges and links throughout the country. We invested in infrastructure everywhere in the country. That's how we build bridges. But we also build bridges by committing very thoroughly to different communities across the country. We listen to all point of views, and we understand how important it is to defend fundamental freedoms, the freedoms of all Canadians, regardless of their origin, their faith, or their language. And we will continue to be here to stand up for the Constitution and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That is how we build bridges among Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, we're not talking about the same type of bridges. I am talking about the type of bridge that Ms. El-Gawabi is supposed to be building between communities. But as has been said, the privilege of one is the unfairness or injustice of another. Ms. El-Gawabi and her attitude, as well as the halal mortgages, this will make it such that different communities, Haitian communities, South African communities, they won't have the same privileges. So how do they explain this inequality in privileges? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in a pluralist and diverse society like Canada and like Quebec, it's important to talk to communities, to hear all of their concerns, and to meet their concerns and help them with them. That's how we have a free, open, and resilient society. We will continue to listen. We will continue to be here to listen to many communities, including the Muslim community in Quebec. They are very concerned about the provincial legislation. We will continue to listen to all Canadians everywhere in the country, and in doing so, we will build a stronger society.
Burnaby South.
Thousands of Canadians are boycotting Loblaws this month. They're taking action because the Prime Minister refuses to take on the corporate greed, which is driving up prices for Canadians. The Prime Minister has set up a grocery task force, which has done no tasks and has no force. Today, Loblaws reported their profits are up by nearly 10%. Liberal announcements aren't going to cut it. Why is this Prime Minister letting big grocery rip off Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like many others, we are concerned with the refusal of Loblaws and others to sign on to the Grocery Code of Conduct, which we know will protect consumers, will protect growers across this country as well. We will continue to impress upon them, using various means at our disposal, the importance of signing on to that Grocery Code of Conduct. We have also increased the Competition Bureau's ability to go after big groceries in terms of the competition or the uncompetitive options they're giving to Canadians. And we've also moved forward on other ways of supporting Canadians through groceries, like with the National School Food Program announced in our budget.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Continues to rip off Canadians and Prime Minister is not stopping them. Les gens savent que...
People know that they are being ripped off at the grocery store. The Prime Minister has failed in protecting people. So many Canadians are tired of waiting for the Prime Minister to take action, so they've decided to boycott big grocers. This is a total leadership failure from the Prime Minister. It is his job to protect Canadians, but he prefers to protect the record profits of big grocers. When will the Prime Minister review his priorities? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with big grocery stores to ensure that we can increase competition. We also want them to sign on to the Grocery Code of Conduct. I think it's a positive thing that Canadians are expressing their displeasure with Loblaws for refusing to sign on to the Grocery Code of Conduct for big grocers. We will continue to be here for Canadians. We will increase competition. We're also there for Canadians through the school food program, which will help 400,000 more children in Canada study with full stomachs. We're here to support families through these difficult times, and we will always be here for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The decision is on his desk to reverse the legalization of hard drugs in British Columbia. The BC government has admitted that it was wrong. They decided not to go ahead with the full 3-year pilot project that the Prime Minister brought in place by exempting hard drugs from criminal law. Will he do as the BC government has done? Admit he was wrong today so we can start saving lives.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning, we've been there to work on an evidence-based, science-based, compassionate public health approach to the opioid epidemic, and that included responding to BC's request for a pilot program. Now that they are asking to adjust this pilot program, we will work with them to adjust it in ways that make sense for them. But given the new, more reasonable tone of the Leader of the Opposition, I wonder if he might take this opportunity to reassure Canadians that he does not support extremist white nationalist organizations like Digalung, nor wants their votes.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that is false. And furthermore, there are 6 people dying every day in British Columbia. There is a 380% increase in overdose deaths in that province under this Prime Minister's legalization and subsidization of hard drugs. Enough trying to score political points over the issue. Do the right thing. It is on his desk. Will he announce today that he has changed his mind and reversed legalization of hard drugs? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As I said, we're working with British Columbia to adjust their parameters and their desires around the pilot project. We will always be there to work in order to keep Canadians safe. At the same time, I will point out that the Leader of the Opposition refuses to say a simple thing, that he condemns Diagolon because they are a white nationalist violent organization, that he rejects the endorsement of Alex Jones, an extremist conspiracy theorist who denied the deaths of 20 kids at Sandy Hook. These are things that concern Canadians that he should also answer for.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, this is the Prime Minister who has to answer for the people who are dying every day due to his policies. And worse still, he's now considering decriminalizing hard drugs in Toronto. The City Hall has made a formal request for him to use powers under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to do in Canada's biggest city what he already did in British Columbia. Today, I wrote him a letter asking him to change his mind and reverse his position and make clear that he will not legalize hard drugs on buses and in hospitals in Toronto.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we see fear-mongering going on by the Leader of the Opposition right now. I will recall for people that a number of years ago, the City of Vancouver approached us with a desire to decriminalize in their city, and we said, no, we would not do that for Vancouver. We work with provinces and public health systems. That is why we moved forward with British Columbia on a pilot project they wanted. In regards to any other province, whether it be Quebec or Ontario or anywhere else, we will work with the governments in place on proposals they may or may not have to deal with the opioid epidemic. That's all.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You still won't clearly answer the question, Mr. Speaker, which is doubly concerning because Toronto has been overtaken by crime and chaos since he brought in the catch and release policies under Bill C-75, C-5, and C-83. Violent crime is up 40%. We just heard the tragic story on Monday of a liquor store robber crashing into a family, tragically killing a grandparents and a precious child. The assailant was out on bail. Will he repeal catch and release?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you or other parliamentarians or indeed Canadians look at the transcripts of these questions and answers, they will see that I actually did answer the questions the Leader of the Opposition posed to me in terms of how we were going to work with British Columbia and how we would work with any province that came forward with positions to try and help with the opioid epidemic, and we would examine those on their merits. But the Leader of the Opposition has not answered Canadians' concerns about why he will not condemn Diagolon, the far-right extremist organization, why he will not reject the endorsement of Alex Jones, noted conspiracy theory.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, he has not answered the question whether he would expand decriminalization elsewhere. He's using vague references to jurisdictions, but it's his jurisdiction alone to grant exemptions under the Controlled Drug and Substances Act. So, will he admit that his real plan is to take the decriminalization of hard drugs that he imposed on British Columbia and do that in all the provinces and territories across the country?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker. I think for 8 years, for almost 9 years now, Canadians have seen that our approach on the opioid epidemic is grounded in public safety, in public health, in compassion, in funding frontline workers, and doing things that work to save lives and help people. And it is not to have some sort of secret plan, as he proposes. But if he wants to talk about secret plans, he would probably do well to actually clear the air for Canadians about his seeking for support amongst members of extremist right-wing organizations like Diagolon.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that is again false, but the government is now suddenly and only partially changing its message on decriminalization. Prime Minister's Minister of Addictions is out now saying she's waiting for more information from British Columbia on its request to recriminalize crack, heroin, meth, and other hard drugs in hospitals, transit, and parks. Mr. Speaker, there are 6 people dying every single day. What more information does he need?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are dozens of people dying every day in provinces right across this country from the opioid epidemic. We could talk about the challenges faced in Alberta. We could talk about the challenges faced in Ontario. We could talk about the challenges faced right across the country. And different provinces and jurisdictions have different approaches. Some work better, some haven't worked as well. We will continue to be there in a thoughtful, compassionate, rigorous, science-based way to work with jurisdictions on directions that work best for them and adjust those proposals and those responses as necessary. That's what a responsible government does.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is challenging, through Ms. El-Gawabi, a law of the National Assembly of Quebec and to create a law for a minority within a minority, which did not even ask for a law. It's a religious law. Now, I respect the Muslim community at least as much as the Prime Minister does, but is he truly building bridges by creating privileges, or by creating divisions, rather? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the Bloc leader knows full well, we, as the federal government, when Bill 21 reaches the Supreme Court, we will participate because we are worried about the impact of Bill 21 on Quebecers. We will have our voices heard then. So yes, we do have opinions, and we will share those opinions regarding how to better protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of all Canadians. That said, we will always work toward offering everyone the same opportunities so that everyone can buy a house, so that everyone can have a better future, because these days young people are really struggling. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers want our law. Quebecers' money is going to the Liberals' huge deficit, and it's going to go toward a court case to fight a bill that Quebecers want. Can he condemn what Ms. El-Gawabi has done and tell her to respect the right that Quebecers have to live in their state, a secular state? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canada is a democratic country. Quebec is a democratic province. As such, citizens can challenge legislation through their legal system. They can challenge legislation they disagree with. This is what many Quebecers are in fact currently trying to do because they disagree with Bill 21. That is their right as Quebecers to challenge legislation that they find unfair. That's what's occurring. It's fully legitimate. And these Quebecers challenging Bill 21 are not less Quebecois than other Quebecers.
In Canada's biggest city, gun crime is up 66%. It's 100% nationwide. I just shared the tragic story of someone out on bail slamming his car into an innocent family. 2 wonderful grandparents dead. A beautiful baby dead. He was out on bail under the Prime Minister's catch and release C-75. How many more will have to die before he repeals catch and release and brings jail, not bail, for repeat offenders?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will highlight that we worked with provinces, including many provincial conservative leaders across this country, to bring in bail reform. We'll continue to work on things that are keeping Canadians safe. At the same time, the leader opposite talked about gun crime. Well, we move forward with some of the strongest measures on gun control that this country has ever seen. A freeze on the purchase of handguns, a total ban on assault-style weapons that has been in place for 4 years. These are the kinds of things that the Conservative Party and its leader have consistently stood against, even as we move to make our communities even safer.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He mentioned all these guns that he claims to have banned and promised to seize 4 years and $40 million ago. How many has he seized?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are thousands of different types of assault-style weapons that for the past 4 years have been rendered illegal to sell, illegal to buy, and illegal to use, including at a gun range. Mr. Speaker, we are now working on a program to allow those owners to sell them back to the government for them to be destroyed and get money so they can go buy other guns or other products if they want to that will be legal. This is about fairness, even as we move to keep keep Canadians safe. Unfortunately, the Leader of the Opposition wants to make those assault weapons legal again.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
All those weapons are still legal, Mr. Speaker. You can still own them. The Prime Minister says he's going to seize them. He's going to buy them. He's spent $40 million doing that. So I'm going to ask again, how many guns has he bought? Just the number.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the Leader of the Opposition knows, we are in the process of establishing that buyback program. The priority was making sure that those guns were no longer available to buy, to sell, to bequeath, or to use, Mr. Speaker, and that has been the case for 4 years. Now, what the Leader of the Opposition is conveniently refusing to opine on is the fact that he has committed to the gun lobby across this country that he would reverse the 2020 OIC that banned those assault-style weapons. He wants to bring those assault-style weapons back, or he can contradict me right here.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I will contradict him because they're not banned right now. It's perfectly legal for people to possess those guns. They are easy to possess, and not one of them has been. The answer to the question is that he has not seized a single solitary one of them. He's spent 40 million tax dollars that could have secured our ports and our borders, and he hasn't taken in a single solitary gun. Is that why gun crime has risen by 100% since he became Prime Minister 9 years ago?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I will note, as did everyone in this chamber, that the Leader of the Opposition did not deny that he will be reversing the ban on assault-style weapons. He doesn't even think it exists right now. Well, Mr. Speaker, it does exist right now. It is illegal to buy, sell, or use any of those weapons. When the amnesty ends next year, it will be illegal to own them as well. We're giving an opportunity for people to sell them back to the government. That is what we are doing to keep people safe. That is what he will not commit to keeping.
The Honourable Member from Nunavut.
In Nunavut, the Arctic Children and Youth Foundation administers the Inuit Child First initiative to help kids. But their great work is being made difficult by this government's delays. Close to 70% of requests were not processed on time, leaving traumatized children without the health care they deserve. When will this Liberal government finally ensure First Nations and Inuit children can get the care they need in a timely manner?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
For your question, I absolutely agree that there is more to do. Over the past years, we have made significant historic investments in Nunavut, in the Northwest Territories, in the Yukon, in responding to the health needs, particularly of Indigenous, Inuit, First Nations, and Métis children. We will continue to step up. There is more to do, but my work with Premier Achiaguk and others is entirely focused on delivering more services to young people in a timely manner, more housing, more infrastructure, more health care. These are things we are working on. We will continue to do that work.
The Honourable Member from Courtenay, Alberni.
In the last year, deaths related to the toxic drug crisis are up 17% in Alberta and 23% in Saskatchewan. Every toxic overdose death is preventable. But in provinces with Conservative premiers that don't have safe supply or decriminalization and don't believe in harm reduction, deaths are soaring. Alberta is on a trajectory to have the most toxic drug deaths per capita in Canada by June. Treatment, recovery, and harm reduction go hand in hand. Will the Liberals finally make sure all Canadians whose lives could be saved have access to these life-saving supports?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank the member for Port Alberni for bringing up those stats that show that there are real challenges around the opioid and toxic drug supply epidemic right across the country. Every step of the way, this government will continue to be anchored in a compassionate, evidence-based approach that looks at it as a public health crisis. We will work with provincial governments across all jurisdictions to move forward on measures that support and save lives. That is our commitment to Canadians. That we will continue to do.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Speaker, the federal government is committed in promoting Canadian values such as inclusion, diversity, and acceptance. As elected members of this House, we are all responsible for our conduct in this chamber and outside of it. Yesterday, our government called out the Conservative leader for his behavior, for his courting of a far-right, white nationalist extremist group. Instead of standing up to apologize and distance himself from them, he has shockingly doubled down and threw a temper tantrum. Can the Prime Minister please tell this House what impacts the far extremism and its enablers have on vulnerable communities and Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
What we saw yesterday from that side was unbecoming of anyone who aspires to leadership. His refusal to denounce far-white nationalist extremism cannot and will not be overlooked by Canadians. Far-right extremism and its enablers pose real and dangerous threats to marginalized communities. This is not something as a country we can stand for, and on this side of the House, we never will. Unfortunately, that leader cannot say the same.
I'll get back to this at the end of the House, end of this question period, but I encourage all members to continue, aside perhaps from the last question, to continue in the positive vein, which I think Canadians have noticed that members have been taking today. The honourable member, the honourable leader of the opposition.
2 years ago, after having doubled the rent, doubled mortgage payments, and doubled the needed down payment for a home, the Prime Minister promised in his budget that he would double home building. Here we are, 2 years later, and home building is down 8%. His housing agency says it will be down next year and the year after that. If it cost him $89 billion in programs to bring home building down, how much would he have to spend to bring it up?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our housing plan is focused on fairness for every generation. We, over the coming years, will be unlocking 3.8 million new homes by cutting red tape, by rezoning, by lowering the costs of home building, by using public lands and vacant office buildings to build affordable housing for Canadians. We will be reviving the dream of home ownership for young Canadians by making it easier to save up for a tax-free down payment and giving renters credit for their monthly rent payments towards the ability to get a mortgage. We've put forward the most comprehensive, ambitious housing plan this country has ever seen.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The only thing it doesn't do is build homes. Since he made the most recent promise in 2022 to double housing construction, the number of builds is actually down and expected to continue to drop next year and the year after that, according to his own housing agency. Yet, he says we should all be assured because once again, he's spending tens of billions of dollars on the problem that he created. So can you tell us, in what year will home building actually rise? Which year?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know well that the federal government has an important role to play in ensuring housing starts across the country and ensuring the opportunities for Canadians to buy their first home, to move forward up the equity ladder. These are things that we know we have a role to play in. But we are not alone in that, Mr. Speaker, which is why we are challenging and encouraging municipalities and provinces to also step up with ambition in our national housing home building plan. This is why we're putting incentives on the table. We're putting investments in the pockets of municipalities, including with our Accelerator Fund. There is more to do, but we will be doing it in partnership.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That's what he's been saying for 9 years. And the result has been double the rent, double the mortgage payment, double the down payment. And just this week, a survey showed that 72% of Canadians who don't own a home believe they never will. Canada was not like this before this Prime Minister, and surely it won't be like this after he's gone. The Prime Minister a comment on what it's like to be the only Prime Minister in history to deprive an entire generation of home ownership.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government that was in place before I became Prime Minister had a housing minister who is now the leader of the opposition, in a government that explicitly said that the federal government had no role to play and no responsibility towards building affordable housing across this country. So for 10 years, there was very little, there was almost no federal involvement in building homes across this country. We turned that around starting in 2017, and we will continue to invest, to create opportunities, to create fairness for millennials and Gen Z so that they can buy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, he did turn it around, Mr. Speaker. 9 years is obviously too long for him because he's starting to attribute to the previous government words he said himself.
Yeah.
He was the one who said the federal government is not responsible for home housing construction or affordability. That is after he doubled the cost. When I was housing minister, we built 89,000 apartments at an average rent of $973. Since then, the rent has doubled, the mortgage payment has doubled, the needed down payment has doubled. So with all this failure, why is he doubling down?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our Housing Accelerator program, our comprehensive plan to build more homes, to make sure that Canadians can see themselves in home ownership once again, is exactly what we are continuing to invest in. Yes, I pointed out that we cannot build homes alone, that we need partners in the provinces and municipalities. But I never denied that the federal government needs to continue to act on housing. That's why we've done that since 2017. That's why we're continuing to do it now. We need to make sure that young Canadians have opportunities their parents and grandparents have. That's what we're stepping up for. That's what he refuses to do.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Today marks the start of this government's biggest contribution to global climate warming, Trans Mountain. With this pipeline, the Liberals are ensuring that our dependence on oil will continue for decades to come. All of the Prime Minister's nice rhetoric will never erase this simple fact. Canada is one of the largest oil producers in the world and intends to remain so. Can the Prime Minister tell us how this $34 billion investment in oil is good news for the fight against climate change? Let's hear it. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this project is in the national interest. It will create more jobs, it will increase Canada's GDP, and it is fully taken into account in Canada's climate plan. But when we talk about what is coming into force today, I thought my honourable colleague was going to talk about the dental care plan. Starting today, thousands and thousands of seniors will have access to dental care. 1.8 million seniors have signed up, and starting at 1 p.m. this afternoon, there were already 1,200 seniors who'd had appointments, who'd received dental care free of charge. We will continue to deliver for seniors. The member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. None of the Liberals' climate change measures will be able to offset Trans Mountain's impact on the climate. All this government's environmentalist claims will never be as eloquent as its big pipeline filled with tar sands oil. All the carbon taxes, the heat pumps, the planting of billions of trees are simply unable to make up for this $34 billion investment in fossil fuels. And don't worry, the Conservatives will preserve their beautiful pipeline. My question to the Prime Minister, is the opening of Trans Mountain good news for the planet? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for Canada to continue to invest in the energy transition, for us to continue to invest in solutions and help for Canadians, we need to have good prices for our resources currently. But as everybody knows very clearly, we have a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We have plans to create tomorrow's economy. But today, we will continue to do what is necessary to be able to invest and create those green technologies, that renewable energy, and that future that our children and our grandchildren in Quebec and throughout the country are counting on.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister has already doubled the national debt, adding more to our debt than All previous prime ministers in our history combined with the Bloc support, which has voted for $500 billion in budget allocations, the leader of the Bloc has never voted against a single one. Today we learn that the prime minister will continue increasing our debt by $300 billion. This will increase interest rates on mortgages by how much? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, we know very well that the plan from the opposition leader is austerity and cuts in services that Canadians need. But on this side of the House, we recognize that Canada is in one of the best fiscal positions in the G7 and the entire world. We have the lowest deficit in the G7. We have the best debt to GDP ratio. And we have the third largest AAA credit rating economy in the world. We are there to invest responsibly because a confident country invests in its people and in its future. The Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's decision with the support of the Bloc to double the national debt means that we are paying $54.1 billion on interest alone on the debt. That is more than we spend on health care. It's the total of GST. So every time Canadians buy something, the GST simply pays rich bankers. Why is he wasting our money on rich bankers instead of on services to Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the waste that the Conservatives accuse us of is wasting our money on child care centres, on more child care spaces. They accuse us of wasting money on dental care. They accuse us of wasting money on investments in Northvolt, Volkswagen, Stellantis, and Honda to ensure there are careers for generations to come in a greener economy. They accuse us of wasting money by investing in seniors to protect their old age security. They accuse us of wasting because they just want austerity and cuts. But, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest responsibly in Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, families are already living in austerity. The government is living in abundance. People are poor. The government is rich. The more the government spends, the more things are expensive. For example, interest rates are high, and spending and loans from the government are making things go higher. The Department of Finance's public servants, have they told the Prime Minister how much this will increase interest rates on families' mortgages by borrowing another $300 billion? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know very well that Canadians are facing an affordability crisis. That is why we are there with solutions for them. We've reduced the cost of daycare by half throughout the country. Aside from Quebec, where we've invested in more childcare spaces, we're there to invest in dental care for the most vulnerable seniors, for youth as well last year. We're there to invest in our students, in jobs for the future. We are there to invest in Canadians. The Leader of the Opposition is proposing cuts and austerity in his ideological approach, and it is misled. The Honourable Member for Dorval, Lachine LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, our government has been committed to promoting shared Canadian values, diversity, respect, and equality among all Canadians. We all learned last week that the Leader of the Opposition visited an encampment. I'm just going to interrupt the Honourable Member. I hope she will have a question that relates to the government administration. She has 15 seconds left, but I hope she will get to the heart of the matter. Can the Prime Minister tell this House how the government will protect Canadians from extremist groups and what responsibility all political leaders have? Thank you. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. All governments are responsible for protecting the well-being of all Canadians, including Canadians in minority situations, groups who are mistreated, or groups who are typically ignored by the majority. We are there to invest and to protect those people. When someone who puts himself forward to be the next Prime Minister of Canada continues to court extremist groups, white nationalist groups, he should at least explain himself to Canadians. Why is he courting those people or condemn them? The Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is not worth the cost of debt interest. He doubled our national debt, adding more debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. And now we learn in his new budget bill that he's going to seek another $300 billion of debt, money that he will borrow out of the economy. That's equal to over 10% of our GDP, which will surely put upward pressure on interest rates. How much will all this government binge borrowing add to the mortgage payment of the average family?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me once again to set the facts straight. Canada has one of the strongest fiscal positions of any country in the world. Certainly the lowest deficit in the G7, the best debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and it's continuing to decrease. And we are the third largest economy in the world with a AAA credit rating, the top credit rating by the agencies that look at fiscal sustainability of governments. All that is on the backdrop of further investments we're making, generational investments to support Canadians, contrast with the ideology of the Conservatives, which is to leave Canadians to fend for themselves, cuts and austerity.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we actually have the highest mortgage debt of any country in the G7, and by far higher as a share of our economy than the Americans had during the mortgage meltdown. Now interest rates are higher, and families risk losing their homes. Government deficits push inflation and interest rates higher. That makes the problem worse. So once again, how much will $300 billion of yet more debt add in mortgage payments for the average Canadian family? How much?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is mixing different factors that are facing Canadians. Mortgages are high for Canadian families, and therefore the Canadian government is choosing to invest in measures that are going to support Canadian families. I talked to a family from Burlington who actually saw their mortgage mortgage payments go up because of the rise in global interest rates, while at the same time as their child care fees were cut by larger amounts because of investments this government made. We're going to continue to be there for Canadians while the Conservative leader wants cut.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, the government has a responsibility.
Oops. Okay.
I apologize to the Leader of the Opposition. I miscounted in terms of the questions that we're keeping track. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, inflation and higher interest rates are the costs Canadians pay for the spending that the Prime Minister told them was free. It's not free. Nothing is free. Every dollar he spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians directly through taxes or indirectly through inflation and interest rates. Now he wants to do another $300 billion of binge borrowing. Will he put aside that radical scheme and instead accept my common sense plan to fix the budget with a dollar-for-dollar law so we can bring down interest rates and inflation for Canadians?
Here. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been there to invest for Canadians responsibly. We still have one of the top AAA-rated economies in the world. Our fiscal plan is sustainable and responsible. However, the Conservative leader still wants to make cuts to programs, cuts to our military, cuts to the initiatives that are helping Canadians across the country. The things that we are doing are helping Canadians grow for the future in a responsible way, and that's why we're seeing inflation come down and interest rates will be coming down, I am sure, in the coming month.
Now it is time to the honourable member from Calgary-Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, the government has a responsibility to tackle misinformation and disinformation in Canada. Furthermore, the government has a responsibility to tackle hate and discrimination across Canada. And it's shameful that the Leader of the Opposition posed for photos with extremists who push hateful rhetoric. Can the Prime Minister please tell the House how the government is taking these matters seriously?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have every right to be worried about the opposition leader's refusal, including multiple times during this question period, refusal to condemn violent extremism. But they shouldn't be surprised. Over his 19 years in politics, he showed Canadians time and time again that he will do or say anything to get elected. That includes pandering to extremists one day and pretending to stand with the very vulnerable communities those extremist groups target the next. Not only is this reckless, this is a failure of leadership. Canadians deserve better. Canadian deserves leaders that will stand up for them every step of the way.
The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Canadians with disabilities have been ignored by Liberals and Conservatives for decades. The result? They can no longer keep up with the costs of living. And the Liberals' solution? $200 a month. That's not even enough for groceries. Exactly. Meanwhile, Canada's richest CEOs are still receiving $60 billion in corporate handouts started by the Conservatives. Right. With the Liberals and the Conservatives, Canada's ultra-wealthy get richer and people with disabilities get crumbs. Why has the Prime Minister abandoned Canadians living with disabilities?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Disability Benefit is a monumental step in our strong and unwavering commitment to creating a more inclusive and fairer Canada. We're now moving forward with the first step of the disability benefit at the cost of over $6 billion over the coming years. It will put hundreds of dollars a month tax-free in the pockets of the most vulnerable persons with disabilities, and we're continuing to commit to creating a better, fairer country for generations to come.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, more than 20 economic organizations in the country have raised a red flag over the major risk of failure in the implementation of a new computer software scheduled for May 13th to manage Canada Border Services Agency assessments and revenues after the financial and human disasters of Phoenix and ArriveCan. It would be a catastrophe to have a third failure, again costing millions of taxpayers' dollars. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether his government intends to postpone the implementation date and what he intends to do to ensure that this doesn't turn into another IT fiasco that would cost millions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are very aware of the concerns from different groups in this sector and from the Canada Border Services Agency. We are working closely to ensure we have a success and so we can set up a better software. We know that digitalization will ensure more security, more efficiency, more speed in our international trade and when people are crossing our borders. So we will continue to advance on this, but we will do it attentively and aware of the risks and also of the positive side of a new software. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, I indicated that I would just come back to an issue that came up in terms of a question earlier today that didn't deal with the administration or the business of the administration of government. I'd like to let I intervened on another question which I thought was going in that direction. There seems to have been a correction being made. I want to make it clear to colleagues that the chair and the chair occupants have been discussing this issue, and I think it's very important that all questions that are going to be asked in this House are asked that respect our regulations in our procedures, to making sure that questions are relevant to the business of the administration of government. I refer members to a decision that I made, that the chair made November 20th of last year, and of course there have been previous decisions made by previous speakers along the same lines. It being comme il est 15h21.
It being 3:21 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage concerning the extension of time to consider Bill C-316, an act to amend the Department of Canadian Heritage Act Court Challenges Program.
Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Merci.
The question is as follows. That the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, extension of time pursuant to Standing Order 97.1, to consider Bill C-316, an act to amend the Department of Canada Heritage Act Court Challenges Program, presented on Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mr. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Perkins. Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abutsaif.
Mr. Abutayef.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mrs. Rempel Garner.
Mrs. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Qui, que tous ceux qui veulent qui s'opposent à la motion.
Will all those opposed to the motion please rise?
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin du vote.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform members that the period for the electronic vote is over. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function or rise in their chair, and the chair will now recognize them. The honourable member from Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I was not able to vote electronically. I'd like my vote counted as a yay, please.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West, yay pour.
Mr. Casey.
Speaker, the camera wouldn't activate on my app. I wish to vote in favor.
Mr. Casey, yay pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 326, 326. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-351 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Monsieur Généreux, appuyé par Madame Falk.
Mr. Généreux, seconded by Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster, moved that Bill C-351, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Maximum Security Offenders, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
La période de...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote.
Nous commençons par le parrain de...
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Monsieur Généreux.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Fourth row to my left.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mrs. Rempel-Garner.
Mrs. Rempel-Garner.
Third row to my left.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Second row to my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
First row to my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dedtel.
Mr. Dedtel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
All those on my right, all those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rangée. Quatrième rangée. Trois.
Third row. Second row. First row.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette, Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Cinquième.
Fifth row to my left.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Troisième.
Third row. Fourth row, excuse me, to my left.
Shampoo.
Monsieur Shampoo.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Troisième rang.
Third row to my left.
Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième.
Second row to my left.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlow.
Première.
First row to my left.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row to my right.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Cinquième rang.
Fifth row to my right.
Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rabillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Jafari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May Sanishkal Filans.
May Sanishkal Island.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Ms. Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Second row at my right.
Ms. Scroll.
Miss Crow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalagia.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Bibo.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Jacek.
Miss Jantic.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zerillo.
Miss Arillo.
First row at my right.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouderis.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The Honourable Minister of Small Business.
Mr. Speaker, I had challenges with my app, so I'm hoping that I could count my vote as no. Or I can.
Mrs. Valdez, nay, compte.
The table. Excuse me.
See the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona is rising on her feet.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the member for London West's photo did not show up, so I don't believe her vote can be counted at this time.
Honourable member for raising this point.
The honourable member. No?
The vote is withdrawn.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas for 120, 120. Nays contre, 207, 207.
I declare the motion defeated.
We're going to come to point of orders in just a second. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 25 minutes. I see rising on a point of order, and I also know that there's a notice for a question of privilege, but I see rising on a point of order is the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, I rose on a question of privilege related to foreign interference. I have come across...
I'm going to ask all members, please, the honourable member from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan is rising on a point of order. The chair is having difficulty hearing the member. I'll ask all members, please, to carry their conversations out into the lobbies. The honourable member has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, I rose on a question of privilege related to foreign interference. I have come across some important additional information that I believe is critical to share with you and with the House as you undertake your considerations and prepare to make a ruling. Stories have appeared in multiple media outlets quoting a person in your office, a Matthew Gravel, Director of Outreach and Media Relations. The statement includes the following. The House of Commons administration investigates all incidents brought to its attention by security partners. In this case, it determined that the risk mitigation measures in place had successfully prevented any attack. There were no cyber security impacts to any members or their communications. Mr. Speaker, I do want to observe that it is highly unusual for a media spokesperson of the Speaker's office to speak to the media about a question of privilege when a ruling has not been made and when no follow-up inquiries have been made with members affected. It feels a bit like a judge sending a statement to members of the media in the middle of deliberations. But as you deliberate, I think it's important to take note of one additional piece of information. The cyber attack against me from APT 31 did not target my parliamentary email account. While in many cases parliamentary accounts were targeted, in my case the cyber attack targeted my personal non-parliamentary account. Wow. I have no idea how APT 31 came to access my personal non-parliamentary account because it is not publicly available. I was attacked at my personal account because of my parliamentary activities in order to access information about and to disrupt my parliamentary activities. Fundamentally, the government has a responsibility to inform members of threats to them by foreign powers. They have said that they would share such information, and they have not. If it is true that House of Commons IT blocked the attack, it remains true that House of Commons IT is not a security agency and is not itself responsible for informing parliamentarians of threats against them. Rather, it is the responsibility of the government to inform parliamentarians of threats against them. Parliamentarians still need to know about targeted threats against them, even when those threats don't succeed. If someone tries to hurt me, but their attempts are thwarted, I would still like to know I have been targeted in order to plan to protect myself going forward. But moreover, your office is not at all able to say that these attacks were thwarted because they evidently targeted members on both parliamentary and non-parliamentary emails. We need to know so that we can take action to protect ourselves in all places and all situations. House of Commons IT, which is not an intelligence agency, clearly does not have eyes on cyber attacks against us through personal accounts and does not have the same responsibilities as the Government of Canada. Parliamentarians were under attack. The government now admits that it knew. The government did not tell us, and the government cannot say if the attack was successful or not. Mr. Speaker, I am available to provide you with additional information as required so that your ruling and any subsequent comments to the media are informed by all of the relevant facts. Thank you.
Honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and I do indeed invite him to share all information that he would judge important for the Speaker to know before making the ruling on a prima facie case of question of privilege. I now recognize the honourable member from Lethbridge, who has given notice for a question of privilege.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of privilege today regarding a significant discrepancy between what was published in the Blues and what was published in Hansard of yesterday. The question of privilege that I raise also has to do with how I was treated by the Speaker of this House and how I was further portrayed publicly. The discrepancy between the Blues and what was published in the Hansard is the omission of two words, two very important documented words. An exchange between the Speaker and me during question period yesterday. The Blues recorded the following statement by the Speaker. I quote directly. If the honourable member for Lethbridge has problems with the chair, she should challenge the chair in a respectful way. But as the honourable member knows, challenging the chair is against the rules of this House. I ask the honourable member to please withdraw her remarks. To which I replied and rose in my space to say this, quote, Mr. Speaker, I stated that the chair is acting in a disgraceful manner. I withdraw. In the Hansard recording, two words are missing. The words, I withdraw.
Wow.
That said, it should be noted that it is reported in Hansard that at least one member did point out to the Speaker that these words, in fact, were spoken. It says under the heading, an honourable other member, it says the following, quote, she withdrew it. In the audio recording, many other members were heard drawing attention to this fact, asking for the Speaker to do the same. These words, Mr. Speaker, are significant because they demonstrate that I complied with the Speaker, your request to withdraw. It demonstrates that my withdrawal was not conditional, but rather it was proper and textbook. Therefore, it ought to have been accepted. Yet, I was kicked out of this place for the remainder of the day, as if I hadn't withdrawn those words, or to put it another way, as if Hansard recording of the event was accurate and true, when in fact, Mr. Speaker, we know it is not. If you were to check the audio recording, it clearly picked up the two words that are also recorded in the Blues. It is worth noting that in Chapter 24 of Bosch and Gagnon, it states, quote, the chamber is equipped with cameras operated from a control room, invisible from the floor of the House. The recording of the proceedings is governed by guidelines intended to preserve the concept of the electronic Hansard, as adopted by the House. The two words, Mr. Speaker, that were edited out of the Hansard essentially rewrote history, making the actions and procedure followed by the Speaker, you, appear proper and mine improper. As you know, I was removed from the chamber for the remainder of the day, and I was prohibited from being able to participate in debate or vote on behalf of the constituents who have sent me here. Therefore, the constituents of Lethbridge were robbed of having a presence and a voice in the House of Commons, their democratic right. It was especially egregious given the fact that there was a scheduled vote immediately following question period that day. If you go to the House of Commons site, the Blues, unfortunately, are no longer available. Interesting. Which makes a person curious as to why. If you attempt to access the Blues today, you will get this message, quote, Blues are available while the House is in session until the Hansard is published. The Blues are taken down. Luckily, though, Mr. Speaker, for you, I kept a copy of those Blues that were sent to me yesterday at the end of the day, and I have them available to submit to you here.
Interesting.
And I will just point out that if we flip through them, on this page here, you can see my words are kindly highlighted for you.
Wow. Obstruction.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we are fortunate to also have access to the audio recording, which still exists and does not lie.
It's real funny, isn't it?
She is
Hilarious.
At pages 1228 to 1229 of the third edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, it states, quote, the unedited in extenso transcripts of the debates at one time produced on blue paper continue to be known as the blues. Parliamentary publications staff send to each member who speaks in the House the transcription of the member's intervention. The blues are also published on the House of Commons internal website. The availability of the blues on the House of Commons internal website permits members and their authorized delegates to use the webpage or email to submit suggested changes for parliamentary publications' editorial staff to consider. Members may suggest corrections to errors and minor altercations to the transcription, but may not make material changes to the meaning of what was said in the House. I'm going to read that part again because it's really important. They may not make material changes to the meaning of what was said in the House. So it's interesting then that the blues said one thing, but Hansard said another, and I did not ask for those changes to be made. The third edition of the House of Commons Procedure goes on to say this: it is a long-standing practice of the House that editors of the debates may exercise judgment as to whether or not changes suggested by members constitute the correction of an error or a minor alteration. The editors may likewise alter a sentence to render it more readable, but may not go so far as to change its meaning. Editors must ensure that the debates are a faithful reflection of what was said. Any changes made, whether by the members or editors, are for the sole purpose of improving the readability of the text, given the difference between the spoken and written word. End quote. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, I did not suggest any changes to the officials with regard to Hansard. Bosch and Gagnon state that the editors can make alterations but cannot make changes that go so far as to change the meaning of what was said. In the case I raised today, the significant difference in meaning without these two words, I withdraw, being published in Hansard obviously is very significant. On page 1229, it goes on to say, when a question arises in the House as to the accuracy of the record, it is the responsibility of the Speaker to look into the matter. In this case, the edit, otherwise known as the deletion of two very significant words, is far more noteworthy than simply improving the readability of a sentence. I believe you'll agree. The justification used by the Speaker to admonish and remove me from the chamber does not match the evidence presented in the blues and by the audio recording that you may also access. The Speaker's actions do, however, fit very nicely with the altered text published in the Hansard. On page 82 of Bosch and Gagnon, it describes a list of items to be considered a contempt, and on that list is, quote, falsifying or altering any papers belonging to the House, end quote. At page 248 of Joseph Magnon's Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, second edition, it states, quote, the House of Commons of Canada remains prepared to entertain legitimate questions of privilege where false or perverted reports of debates or proceedings are published, end quote. While this passage refers to inaccurate media reports of what was published in Hansard, it is no less offensive, and in fact perhaps more offensive, that this happened right here in the House of Commons. At pages 81 to 83 of Bosch Gagnon, it states, and I quote, throughout the Commonwealth, most procedural authorities hold that contempts, as opposed to privileges, cannot be enumerated or categorized. Speaker Sauvé explained in a 1980 ruling, while our privileges are defined, contempt of the House has no limits. When new ways are found to interfere with our proceedings, so too will the House. in appropriate cases, be able to find that a contempt of the House has occurred. Just as it is not possible to categorize or to delineate every incident which may fall under the definition of contempt, it is also difficult to categorize the severity of contempt. Contempts may vary greatly in their gravity. Matters ranging from minor breaches of decorum to grave attacks against the authority of Parliament may be considered as contempts." End quote. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be debated or disputed that someone deliberately removed 2 words from the Blues, and that these 2 words have great significance. It cannot be debated or disputed that it therefore changed the meaning of the events yesterday and the way that they would be interpreted, thus resulting in an inaccurate negative reflection of me, which was then broadcasted to my constituents and to all people across Canada. Furthermore, this inaccurate account of events resulted in my wrongful dismissal from this place by you, thus robbing me of the right to represent the constituents of Lethbridge here in the House of Commons and to cast a vote on their behalf, again robbing them of their democratic right. Which leads to another aspect of privilege, and that is improper reflections upon a member. On October 20th, 1966, the member for Edmonton Strathcona rose on a question of privilege that came out of an article in Le Droit of October 14th by Marcel Pépin. He argued that the article imputed an improper motive to him and was a gross distortion of the facts of something that occurred in the House. The Speaker ruled the matter to be a prima facie question of privilege on October 24th, 1966. In my case, it is the Hansard that has recorded a gross distortion of the facts, an act that can be substantiated by the Blues and the audio recordings of the procedures I referred to from yesterday, April 30th. I will give another example. On March 22nd, 1983, Speaker Sauvé ruled on a question of privilege relating to false and libelous accusations against the member for Lincoln that had been published in the Montreal Gazette. The Speaker felt that a reflection upon the reputation of an honourable member is a matter of great concern to all members of the House. And the Speaker said at that time, quote, "It places the entire institution under a cloud, as it suggests that among the members of the House there are some who are unworthy to sit there. An allegation of criminal or other dishonourable conduct inevitably affects the member's ability to function effectively while the matter remains unresolved." End quote. Mr. Speaker, the matter I am addressing today is grave in nature and calls for your utmost attention. In summary, the matter I am bringing to your attention today has 3 components. 1, the Speaker's ruling to expel me from the House. 2, the improper alteration of the Hansard. And 3, the inaccurate reporting as to the role that I played here in this place. Mr. Speaker, if you rule this matter to be a prima facie question of privilege, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion today.
I thank the honourable member. I thank the honourable member from Lethbridge for raising this matter of question of privilege. I do encourage her, please, to share all the information that she would like to have the speakership to evaluate, and certainly we will take this with extreme importance. I see that the honourable member from from Burnaby, New Westminster Burnaby, is rising on the same question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is related to the question that I raised last night, just prior to adjournment. You'll recall the ruling from former Speaker, the member from Regina Capel, who is now the Conservative House Leader, dating back to September 24th, 2014. And I'll read it for the record again. Another of our time-honored traditions is that of respect for the office of Speaker. And our procedural Bible, O'Brien and Bosca, page 313, states that reflections on the character or actions of the Speaker, an allegation of bias, for example, could be taken by the House as breaches of privilege and punished accordingly. And the Speaker at the time, the member for Regina-Capel, the current Conservative House Leader, said, continued by saying, I wish to conclude with an appeal to members on all sides. Needless to say, the kind of unsavory language or expression that we heard yesterday does little to assist the Chair in managing question period proceedings. And I urge all members to be judicious in the expressions that they choose to use. Now, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I raised the issue of the tweet that was put out by the member from Lethbridge, who said the following: how did partisan hack, referring to the Speaker, respond? This is inappropriate, a very clear contravention of all of...
I thank the honourable member and the opposition house, opposition whip. The honourable member is clearly rising on, not on the issue that was raised by the member of Lethbridge, but on a point of order that he is raising.
He recognized him, and he asked to speak on the same question. It even says it up on the screen.
That was, I think that was an. If we can hold on for a second. So I think this is clearly an error which I made by presuming that the member was rising on the question of privilege that was raised, the serious question of privilege that was raised by the member from Lethbridge. I'm going to go back to the member of New Westminster Burnaby if there's another member who would like to comment on the question of privilege first. Sorry, so that's the member from Saanich Gulf Islands who wants to rise to comment on the question of privilege. And then I will go to the new question of order afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's difficult to keep track, but I was very distressed by the additional information that was just provided by the honourable member from Lethbridge. I'm sure all of us in this place know how critically important it is that we have no question in our minds as to the accuracy of Hansard. I want to stop for a moment and thank the various staff people who make it possible to have verbatim transcripts of everything we say in this place and give us a chance to correct the record if we absolutely have been misunderstood in the Hansard between the blues, which are the unofficial transcript for those who might be watching on CPAC, and the actual Hansard. It's critical that there never be any question as to the accuracy of Hansard in recording our remarks in this place. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that the honourable member for Lethbridge, who happens to be a friend of mine, but that's neither here nor there, I know that she said there could be no other explanation for the changes between what she said, and I accept her word on that, and what appears in Hansard. I always leave open the possibility for an innocent explanation of somebody making an error, but I don't think we can leave this matter where any assumptions are made of what happened. I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to investigate this thoroughly to ensure that none of us can have any doubts in our mind that what appears in Hansard is an accurate reflection of what members have said and that there's no possibility of any interference from any quarter in the words spoken and the printed Hansard, that they are 100% in alignment with the truth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands, and I share her perspective as well. Before I go to the member from New Westminster Burnaby, I see that the member from Selkirk, East Main Interlake, is also rising to comment on the question of privilege raised by the member from Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to first of all just point out that I sit in rather close proximity to the member from Lethbridge and clearly heard her say here that she withdrew her comments. And I really am disturbed by the fact that someone went to the effort of withdrawing "I withdraw" as a quotation from the Hansard record itself. As a long-serving member, someone who wants to make sure that the historical record is correct, that is reflected in the Hansard. So I encourage your office to dig down and find out who made that change to the blues. That type of edit does change intent. Now, I can understand, Mr. Speaker, in the raucous that occurred yesterday in the House, that you may not have personally heard the comment, "I withdraw," but that doesn't excuse the fact that somebody had gone into the blues and edited out those comments to appear in the official Hansard. And that undermines our freedom of speech here, as well as our privilege as parliamentarians. And that is, in my opinion, has done with intent, and is definitely a contempt of Parliament.
I thank the honourable member for rising on this point of order. Is the member from South Surrey, White Rock, also rising on the same point? So I just want to assure members that I've heard a lot of issues which have been raised. I would encourage the member to please raise a new matter if it's possible, because I do think that this is extraordinarily serious. And I also agree with that. So I'll pass on the floor to the honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock, to make an additional intervention.
Mr. Speaker, as Chief Opposition Whip, I would like to add that I canvassed members on this side of the House this morning, and at least 8 members of Parliament heard the member from Lethbridge say the words, "I withdraw." I can provide that list to your office in looking into this matter, and otherwise I concur with the members who've spoken so far that it is a serious matter, one where intent has been changed, and one that must be looked into. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock, and I thank all members for participating in this, and I do agree with the member that this is an important and serious matter. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a different point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is the issue that I raised last night of comments that can only be considered as impugning on the character and actions of the Speaker and an allegation of bias. And I referenced earlier the September 24th, 2014 ruling of the former Speaker, who is now the current member for Regina Capel and currently the Conservative House Leader. And I'll read that into the record, that respect for the office of Speaker is one of our time-honored traditions, and reflections on the character or actions of the Speaker, an allegation of bias, could be taken by the House as breaches of privilege and punished accordingly. Now, the tweet that was put out last night by the member from Lethbridge is a clear reflection on the character and actions of the Speaker. There is no doubt. Referring to the Speaker in such a disgraceful way is inappropriate. Now, it appears that the member from Lethbridge has now erased that. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that she would need to confirm to the House that she has indeed deleted that tweet, which clearly contravenes the rules of this place, and she should apologize to you, Mr. Speaker, for having issued that tweet, which very clearly reflects on a series of decisions that have been made by speakers over time in this place to ensure that the office of the Speaker is respected at all times. So I would come back to what I raised last night. I won't take the same time of the House in raising this issue, but it is very clear that this is a breach of privilege. It can be, I think, dealt with by having the member from Lethbridge fully and fulsomely apologizing for having issued that tweet and confirming that she has deleted that tweet as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the same point of order, I see the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is rising on his feet. And colleagues, this is going to be the last intervention on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last night at 6:45, the NDP House Leader rose in his place and said exactly the same thing as he just said now. Perhaps he wasn't happy with his performance last night. Perhaps he wanted to have another opportunity to try to get a clip. But the fact is, I don't think it is in accordance with the rules for a member to be able to rise again and state the same point of order when he is perhaps not happy with how it sounded. And I understand that the member will have been embarrassed last night because I responded to his point of order by pointing out that the NDP House Leader has repeatedly used the word wacko in the House, in committee, and no doubt in various other places. So I encourage the member, rather than repeating the same argument, to consult his own conscience, to reflect on possible feelings of guilt he is experiencing. If he has decided that it is wrong to say wacko in the House, I invite him to reflect deeply on his own.
So I'm going to thank the Honourable. So colleagues, this matter, I understand, it's been brought to my attention, was raised yesterday. The Deputy Speaker, who was in the chair, had engaged to come back to the House if necessary on this matter, and so we shall. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker. And while I'm on my feet, I would move, seconded by the member from Kingston and Islands, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
That's a great motion. Didn't see that coming at all.
Mr. Lemerer, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member from Perth Wellington.
We would request a recorded division.
Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lamender, seconded by Mr. Garrettson, moves that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. All those in favor will please rise.
No.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Elkhoury.
Monsieur Elkhoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakino.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. The electronic voting period has ended. If members are unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Madame Shanahan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vote en faveur.
Madame Shanahan, yay pour.
Count vote. Anybody else? Voila. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Rock and roll. Yeas pour 173, 173. Nays contre 148, 148.
I declare the motion carried. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead on carbon pricing, the Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington on carbon pricing, and the Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill on public safety. Orders of the day.
Orders, Ways and Means number 20, resuming consideration on the budgetary policy.
And I believe the floor is free, so the... Oh, point of order. Okay, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
As I've done in the past, if I could just get the consent with the House, just to answer and respond to questions on the order paper.
Will all those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion please say nay? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Colleagues, Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. 2418, 2419, 2424, 2428, 2432, and 2434. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if a revised response to questions number 2007, originally tabled on January 29, 2024, and the government's responses to 2420 to 2423, 2425 to 2427, 2429 to 2431, and 2433, and 2435 to 2437 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled in electronic format immediately. And then all remaining questions be allowed to stand. And thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. But I do see the Honourable Member for London West still has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to seek unanimous consent to have my vote counted. I heard that my vote was not counted, the previous one, not this one, but the one before.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member, please say nay. Carried. We heard the terms of the motion. All members who oppose the motion, please say nay. And your vote is?
My vote was nay.
The vote is recorded. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I slipped this. I should have also requested that I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. There. Now we can finally get to the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. Before I begin, I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake. So, Mr. Speaker, as always, it's a true honor for me to be speaking in this venerable House on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport. And today I'm going to be speaking about Federal Budget 2024. It's a very important budget. It's 416 pages. I will not be able to go through all of it, Mr. Speaker, but I will be focused on a few key areas. I'll start off by maybe talking about what I think is the overall theme of our budget. It is fairness for every generation. We've been talking a lot about some of the pre-announcements that our government made before we introduced Federal Budget 2024. There was a huge focus, rightly so, on the Gen Zs and millennials. But I just want to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, it is fairness for every generation. There is a lot in this budget that is going to benefit every single generation here in Canada. The other question that we asked ourselves, and I think it's important to note, is, as we're going through a number of measures I'll be talking today, what kind of Canada do we want to live in? And I think that the measures that we have in our budget very much answers that question. And I also believe that the measures we have is very much composes a plan that will meet the moment, that meets the current moment, that meets the challenges and the opportunities of the current moment. Now, Mr. Speaker, on Friday, as I always do every single year, I hosted a town hall on federal budget 2024 with Davenport residents. They had a lot of questions, and the questions took up over an hour. And I'll tell you, I'm going to speak to the top 3 issues that I heard at that town hall. The first thing I want to talk about is housing. And I will tell you that is the top concern for Davenport residents. We get a lot of letters, we receive a lot of calls, and when I go to events, that is what I hear from, whether it is millennials or Gen Zs, but I also hear from parents and grandparents that they're worried about their kids and grandkids being able to live in the city where they've grown up. And indeed, the core focus of Federal Budget 2024 is getting housing built as quickly as possible, so getting as much supply into the marketplace as much as possible. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you've noticed this, but we actually introduced the week before Federal Budget 2026, we actually introduced our master housing plan, and we have 3 parts to it. One is building more single-family homes. The second part is how is that we're going to make it easier for Canadians to own or rent a home. And the third part of our housing plan is helping Canadians who can't afford a home, and that's by building more deeply affordable housing, whether it's for students or seniors or persons with disabilities. And as part of this whole plan, it's also eliminating chronic homelessness in Canada. Now, there's a number of new measures that we have included in the budget, and one that I want to focus on is using underutilized federal lands for housing in Canada. And I'm very excited about this, Mr. Speaker, because in Davenport, something we've been pushing our federal government to look at is particularly federal commercial lands in the hands of our government and using it for affordable housing or using it for the use of the local communities. And I will tell you, we've made a big push for Canada Post lands to be relooked at, and indeed within Federal Budget 2024, we've introduced the whole concept of actually freeing up some of the lands that currently are underutilized and available and will be used for affordable housing spaces. So I just want to say thanks to Davenport residents very much for pushing this idea, and I want to thank the ministers and our Prime Minister for ensuring that we took a serious look at the federal lands that are in our hands and making it available right across this country. The second issue that's important for Davenport residents is affordability. We do have an affordability crisis in Canada. I've been very proud of our federal government, who has introduced a number of programs over the last few years that is been extremely beneficial, strengthened our social welfare system, but it's also made lives more affordable. So the National Child Care System, our National Dental Care Plan, our Canada Worker Benefit, our increase in OAS by 10% are just a few of those programs, Mr. Speaker. In Federal Budget 2024, we also introduced the Canada Disability Benefit, and we also introduced the National School Food Program. And I'll just talk to both very quickly. The National Disability Benefit, I'm very, very happy that we've introduced Phase 1, which is $6.1 billion over 6 years, beginning in 2024-2025, and then $1.4 billion ongoing. That is going to provide a maximum benefit of $2,400 per person for low-income persons with disability. To me, this is great news. Every bit of money will help, particularly during times where we have inflation that is higher than normal. And I know this is Phase 1, and I know that the many Davenport residents are going to continue the work, including with me, to try to see if in future years we can get more money allocated to the Canada Disability Benefit. But the dollars we have now, I think, is very much appreciated and will go a long way. The second thing I want to mention is our National School Food Program, which will benefit more than 400,000 kids in Canada. And it will save the average family with 2 children as much as $800 per year in grocery prices. So again, very proud of the affordability measures that we continue to have in Federal Budget 2024. I don't want to get ahead of myself. 2024. And I know that it goes a long way to help support not only residents of my riding of Davenport, but Canadians right across this country. The last area I want to spend a little bit of time on, Mr. Speaker, is You know, when you look at all the programs that we have introduced to expand our social welfare system to help Canadians with the affordability crisis that we have and the housing crisis that we have in Canada today, I think often there are those that ask me, Julie, how is it that we're going to pay for it? And so what I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, is I'm very proud that we do have an economic plan that sets Canada up and Canadians up for future growth and prosperity. And very much the measures that we introduce in our budget this year very much builds on a number of measures that we've introduced over the last few years. And so I will talk to some of them right now. The first thing that we do is we put up $2.4 billion for AI leadership. So we are launching a new AI, a Compete Access Fund, and a Canadian Sovereign Compute Fund strategy that will support AI adoption across the entire Canadian economy. Very important for us to make this investment, Mr. Speaker. It'll help Canadian researchers, startups, scale-up businesses access the computational power and digital tools they need to compete and help catalyze the development of Canadian-owned and located AI infrastructure. We also introduced the new investment tax credits to attract companies investing across the electric vehicle supply chain. This is much welcomed tax credits by the electric vehicle sector. We indeed have made huge investments, and this continues to ensure that we will have a very robust structure and become global leaders in this area. And I would want to note that in our fall economic statement, we had introduced the Clean Technology Manufacturing of Investment Tax Credits, which is very beneficial for the transition that we're trying to make to a low-carbon future and a low-carbon economy. There's two other great things that I want to talk to. We've made a $5.9 billion investment in research and scholarships and also new strategy research infrastructure. I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, in my community for many years, I've had a number of university postdocs and doctoral students come up to me and ask for more core research grants and more scholarships and fellowships, and indeed we have made a historic investment in federal budget 2024. So very, very pleased that that's there. That will bode well for a good economic future. Maybe the last thing I'll say to you, and it's kind of sounds very unsexy, but I think it's sexy because it's going to help our Canadian economy, is that we have introduced a national regulatory alignment, and essentially what we're trying to do is eliminate interprovincial and interterritorial trade barriers. And when we do that, we make it easier for companies and businesses and nonprofits and people and goods to move across our country. It is great for economy, it's great for our current economy and our future economy, and it will bode well for our future prosperity. So we've set up what I would call a registry so that we have an idea about what those barriers are so we could start eliminating them systematically. So I think with that, Mr. Speaker, I know that I only have a few seconds left. I want to say that in 416 pages, we have something that will benefit every generation in Canada, and I think that I'm very proud to be standing here on behalf of Davenport residents, and I'm now ready to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neige.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neige-Témiscouata-Basque. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Mr. Speaker, in this federal budget, there's a response to a housing crisis. My question for my colleague is, does she agree that the funding for housing should be managed by the people who know the problem of the housing crisis? For example, the CMHC does a survey of data, and I represent 39 municipalities, and CMHC gathered data from only one of those 39 communities that I represent. So they're only getting a partial picture. So my question for my colleague is, does she agree that the funding for the housing crisis should be managed fully by the government of Quebec? The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I'll say the following. I sit on Finance Committee. It's a privilege to do so. We hear all the time from experts across the country on how to resolve the housing crisis. One thing we hear time and time again, it will not just be resolved at the federal level. All three levels of government need to work together to resolve the housing crisis. For about 30 years, all three levels did not invest enough. Now we're rushing. Now we have a lot of money in. We have a lot of input. We've got a lot of great programs. And there's an opportunity for every level of government to be able to input and to do their part to ensure that every Canadian has a safe, accessible, affordable place to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Ask this member a question, and I was astounded, quite frankly, when I saw in the Ways and Means motion that the Deputy Prime Minister, Finance Minister will be putting it forward has an increase to the debt borrowing limit of this country of $295 billion. I am, that's astounding, and certainly is, I'm troubled with the massive increases in spending that this budget sees, but the fact that there is an increase of $295 billion, can that member try to explain to this House and Canadians why in the world do they need a $295 billion increase to Canada's borrowing?
The honourable member for Davenport.
So much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Here's what I would say. I think that sometimes we have to remind ourselves, even though we want to forget it, is we have come out, and it's not just Canada, but the world has come out of a massive pandemic. And I think all of our economies has been struggling to recuperate. Very blessedly here in Canada, we've been very lucky that we have been able to bring back over 100% of all the jobs that have been lost. And that we continue to have strong fundamentals in terms of our finances. Our growth right now is predicted to be the highest this year and next, according to the Bank of Canada, the IMF. We continue to have a AAA credit rating. Only 11 countries in the world have that, Mr. Speaker. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and it continues on a downward track. And our Canada's balance sheet remains the best of the G7s. So I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, we have a good track record, we have a good balance sheet, and we have a lot to look forward to in terms of prosperity moving forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And if I heard correctly, I believe the honourable member for Davenport said that it was great news. It was great news that the disability tax credit finally came in after years and years and years without delay, leaving people with disabilities on the lurch, only to find in this budget this lunch bag letdown. $200 a month, $2,400 a year, $6.66 a day. Is it this honourable member's testimony here today in this debate that in a program that currently only has 40% of disabled Canadians enrolled in this, that this should be great news for the people of Davenport, for the people in Hamilton Centre, and indeed Canadians that have been legislated to poverty living with disabilities from coast to coast to coast? Is this her contention here today, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable member for Davenport.
I want to say, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his excellent question. Look, if the member is asking whether I would have wanted to have been fully funded to what the Canadian disability sector had asked for, I would say a resounding yes. But what I was proud of is that this is one of the largest line items in our entire budget. We have absolutely made this a priority. I'll also say to you, it's not the only thing that's going to be helpful to Canadians with disabilities. We have automatic tax filings. We have a national dental care plan that will benefit them. We have the phase 1 of a national pharmacare plan that will support them. And we've made historic investments in our healthcare program, both last year and this year. And I think all of that collectively is going to support not only Canadians with disabilities, but all Canadians moving forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Speak on behalf of my constituents of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake on this very important budget. The thing I want people to concentrate on is that this budget is a fairness to every generation. And it's a focused one that I share today. But before you can put a strong budget in place, Mr. Speaker, you have to have a strong economy. And that's what it's all about. And right now, the economy in Canada is doing much better than most economies right across the world. First of all, our inflation rate is down to about 3%, which is in the target range of the Bank of Canada, of course, which is very important, and we've dropped that from 8.2 to down to, of course, 3%. Also very important is that we have the AAA rating, which is one of two provinces or countries in the G7 to have that. So that's another solid ground footing that we have. Mr. Speaker, we also have the unemployment rate, which is ranging around 5.4, 5.5, which is among the lowest ever in the history of Canada, which is again very impressive. The International Monetary Fund is also indicating that Canada's net debt to GDP ratio remains among the lowest in the G7. Mr. Speaker, those are the main foundation of why we can have a budget that will be fair to every generation. And that is also why that we're able to invest in a transformative enhancement of our social safety net, which is really important. It's what I really care about to make sure that Canadians, the gap is tighter. And it's also why we're attracting the highest per capita foreign direct investment in the G7 and also the third in the world, which are very impressive numbers, Mr. Speaker. Now let's talk about homes. Yes, we do have a crisis at home, and every level of government has some responsibility behind that, of course. I know that the former Conservative government said they didn't have any responsibility, but they do. It's a partnership. We need to work together. What I'm proud of is going to be almost 4 million, believe it or not, 4 million homes built by 2031. And when I say 4 million, I'm not talking about 4 million people. I'm talking about 4 million families, which is really what is important in this. Some of the initiatives that we started, we are going to, of course, top up, expand. Let's talk about the rapid housing. Let's talk about the accelerator fund. Let's talk about the removal of the GST. Let's talk about the innovative modular home. Those are key. We're also now looking at the Canada lands and making sure that we can access those land, and some of the contractors or investors can lease the land so we can get more homes built. We're talking about 250,000 more homes as we move forward by 2031. Also looking at investing with universities, so student residents. That's going to allow us to get the students from apartments and condos into residents, and that'll help us, of course, with the housing challenge, which is really important. And also our investment, Mr. Speaker, in various organizations on the ground that's working to prevent and reduce homelessness and encampment. This is a co-shared investment with all levels of government, where we will see renovation, building more shelters, and transition home. Those are key issues under housing, which is so important. And I also want to say a focus on the youth, that the first-time home buyers will have access to 30-year amortization, which will be very helpful. And also, we know already 750,000 young people have started their tax-free first-time home buyers. Very impressive, Madam Speaker. If I quote Kevin Lee, CEO of the Canadian Homes Builders Association, who says, "The association and our members are very pleased to see the federal budget measures that will help the sector respond to the government's goal of doubling housing starts to overcome the housing crisis." Madam Speaker, I'm confident that in the very near future we're going to see vacancies as we move forward. The third piece of my speech, Madam Speaker, which is so important, I talked about is stronger social safety net, closing in the gap, and I'm proud of that. And I'll share with you some of the key ones that I'm very, very proud. One, of course, we said in 2023, we added $200 billion to the health accord, but now we are talking about a new disability benefit, up to $6.1 billion over 3 years. That's going to help over 600 Canadians with disabilities. Also very important is the pharmacare. We're initiating first phase of the pharmacare. We're going to see big support for women and also people living with diabetic. Now, I go to the pharmacist and she tells me often, you got to help the people with diabetes. You have to help them. It's costing them too much money. Well, we are coming forward on that one today. The dental care plan. 9 million Canadians will have access to that. Very, very important. We have the seniors now. We're running with the people with disabilities and children 18 or young people 18 and under. Also, the expansion of spaces in the daycares. You've seen that we've dropped the cost of daycare. My daughters were paying $1,800 a month. It's going to be down to $10 a day very soon in Nova Scotia. That's helping affordability, which is really important as well. And the final one, Madam Speaker, very proud of as a former educator, is we're launching the new National School Food Program, which will help over 400,000 young Canadians. Under safer and healthier communities, there's two areas I wanted to touch on, Madam Speaker, is recognizing the volunteer firefighters and the search and rescue individual by doubling the tax credit. These individuals are doing exceptional work, dangerous work, and they're there supporting Canadians every day, and we need to recognize them, and this is the first step, of course. Also, on the rural health and social service workers, we're looking at making amendments, very important, to attract more people into rural communities. How are we going to do that? Of course, we're going to look at adjusting the Canadian Student Loan Forgiveness Program. And that will attract key people in key areas. For example, dentists, pharmacists, midwives, teachers, social workers, psychologists. I can go on and on, Madam Speaker. This will bring positive change. How are we helping the small and medium-sized businesses, Madam Speaker? In many ways, again, the Canadian Entrepreneur Incentive will have a combined exemption of at least $3.25 million when selling a part or the complete business. That's a very much supportive investment for small businesses. We'll also have the lifetime capital gains exemption increased from $1 million to $1.25 million, which is tax-free for sales of small businesses shares for farming and, of course, fisheries. Those are key areas in supporting small businesses, also boosting government procurement for small and medium-sized businesses. Well, they will have access, of course, to those contracts which are so important. Madam Speaker, I must be getting close to my time, but let me finish with something, a quote from Deloitte, which speaks about this budget. It's a balanced budget, it's a balanced approach in investing in Canadian and also ensuring that we're not overspending as well. It said, Budget 2024 attempts to navigate a fine line. Invest enough to have an impact on key priorities such as housing, social program, affordability, and growth and good jobs, while, very important, while maintaining sufficient financial discipline to adhere to fiscal guardrails and support the continued easing of the inflation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Of course, in this most recent budget, it's predicted that the interest will outstrip the transfers on health care. Does this member think that $54 billion is a big number?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I appreciate my colleague's question. I'm not sure I captured the beginning of it, but this budget will be about $40 billion deficit, and that's the focus in maintaining, but we are continuing to invest in new programs, but yet drawing enough revenues so that the deficit will not be as high as predicted. We are now moving downwards on the deficit and will continue to do our work. But we will be there for Canadians. I talked about the young people. I talked about people with disabilities. We have and we will continue to support them.
Questions must have more or less the same time. Well, answers have the same time as l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neja-Témiscouata-les-Basques. No, pardon me, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke about social housing and homelessness. During last week's riding week, I attended the town of Granby's unveiling of its action plan to address homelessness. They were very clear that the federal homelessness program, well, under that program, Granby is still considered a rural community, but homelessness occurs everywhere. So will the government review the program so that more communities like Granby in my riding can be nominated under the program and assisted by the program? Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. Yes, we would consider expanding the program because homelessness does extend beyond urban centers, and we will need to do more. We have invested to work with organizations on the ground, and working with them will help us meet these challenges.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the member's energy, and I'm going to ask for some of it to come to Port Moody Coquitlam. Madam Speaker, I know that the member is Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans Affairs, and there's a piece of federal land very, very close to the Legion in Port Moody. It's 45 Mary Street. It was outlined in the budget. Madam Speaker, how can I get some conversations going around this piece of land? Because I'm getting a bit of a runaround on not infrastructure and communities. Now it's over to procurement. Like, where am I supposed to find these this information about 45 Mary Street? Because we're very interested in Port Moody Coquitlam.
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank my colleague for her question and share with her that I'm no longer Parliamentary Secretary for Veteran Affairs. I am for Economic Development and Rural Economic Development. However, my heart and soul is still in supporting veterans. And the identification of land, I understand this is, of course, it's a new initiative. My understanding of Canada Lands, we will have a drawing of all the vacant lands that belongs to the federal government, and conversations would be had, and I believe the first step would be speaking with the minister about the possibility and identifying that land, because that's exactly what we want. We want the various people, that it be the municipality, the province, to come forward, or any member of parliament, to share where they feel this would be appropriate, and to have those discussions so that we can move forward very quickly. But by 2031, we want to have 250,000 homes built. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Equally thank my colleague for a professional and passionate speech. And I want to ask the member about what his views are on the importance of some of the national programs that we have rolled out and continue to roll out in the last few years. I'm talking about dental care, I'm talking about pharmacare, but also the National Child Care Plan, and how this meets the affordability needs of Canadians in this moment.
Great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 40 seconds.
I thank my colleague for that very important question. I stated in my speech how proud I was as a Member of Parliament representing my constituency, but also representing Canada, about the investment in making our social net, safety net even stronger. Talking about supporting people with disabilities who are the most in poverty, coming in with the pharmacare program, first phase, extremely important. Talking about dental care that 9 million people will have access to. Talking about more space for kids in daycares, extremely important. Talking about national school food program. Madam Speaker, these are major fundamental investments in our country, and I'm so proud of our government to move forward on those. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
How much time do I have, Madam Speaker? How much time do I have?
10 minutes.
Do I have 10 minutes?
5. Oh, sorry.
Okay, good, thank you. All right. Take that! Good, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we're talking about Budget 2024, that the Liberal government makes the claim that their ongoing investments are making life more affordable for Canadians and improving access to housing. That's a quote straight out of the budget report. I was very surprised to hear that, because what I'm hearing from people in my home community and what we're hearing from Canadians right across the country is exactly the opposite, that this government's mismanagement of the economy is leading to making life less affordable for Canadians. Think of the 2 million people who regularly go to food banks now, and food banks are even turning away people because there's so much demand. These people don't think that life is becoming easier or more affordable. Or how about improving access to housing? Housing is now twice as expensive as it was when this Liberal government first took office. Just one quote from, one notation from somebody in my community, Munir, who, together with his brother and his parents, bought a house 2 years ago. The lower interest rates, mortgage payments were $4,000 a month. Just last month, he had to renew at $8,200 a month. Wow. They don't think that life is becoming more affordable. Madam Speaker, I'll just be very quick here. Common sense Conservatives have 3 demands to fix the budget and bring Canadians the relief that they desperately need. First of all, we say axe the carbon tax on farmers and food by immediately passing Bill C-234 in its original and unamended form. Secondly, build the homes, not bureaucracy, by requiring cities to permit 15% more home building each year as a condition of receiving federal infrastructure dollars. And thirdly, we are demanding a cap on spending with the dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation. Madam Speaker, the Liberals chose not to take her advice on that, and therefore we cannot support this budget. There will be a non-confidence vote coming up, and we will vote non-confidence because we do not have confidence in this government. We won an election. We're ready for it. Canadians won elections. Thank you for that. It's time to turn the hurt that these Liberals have inflicted on Canadians and to bring the hope that they so desperately need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Great job.
Great speech. Okay, we have 1 minute and a half for questions. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East
Thank you
for
very
one
much,
question.
Madam Chair. My question to the member opposite. You know, there are many pieces within the budget that speak to affordability issues. He brought up an issue in his own constituency with a family that is going through a challenging time. Would he not agree that some of the affordability measures, such as a student nutrition program, dental program, these pieces that we've built off of, like childcare in the past, aren't these good for people in his community? And how could he stand here and talk about affordability and not support those measures?
For Langley and Aldergrove, 30 seconds.
Thank you. So the best support that the government can give to Canadians is to make life more affordable again. Bring interest rates down, bring inflation down. Munir and his family shouldn't be paying $8,200 a month for the mortgage. $4,000 should be enough. Thank you.
Well, it being 5:40, or very close, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the Ways and Means motion number 20. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government.
Member participating in person wishes the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Adopté.
Thank you. On division, please.
Member for, I'm sorry, for Simcoe North.
I think we should have a recorded division, Madam Chair.
Call in the members.
All right, everybody's sitting down. The question is as follows. Madame Freeland, appuyée par Monsieur.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government.
Period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Latancio.
Ms. Latancio.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Just a reminder to keep the noise down so that we can hear the call. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Beltold.
Monsieur Bethel.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mrs. Rempel-Garner.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Back to Mr. Viersen.
Back to Mr. Viersen.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Mrs. Valdez, yea pour.
Madame Shanahan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Madame Shanahan, yea pour.
Anybody else in the chamber? No. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Get my election signs ready. Get your election signs, Lawrence. Here we go.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion carried.
Now, I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Monsieur le Président, malheureusement, plus tôt cet après-midi.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, earlier this afternoon when we voted on C-351, I had an issue with the e-vote. I wish to seek the unanimous consent of the House to record my vote as a nay. Will all those opposed to what the honourable member is moving, please say nay. I have heard some nays. So it's not possible.
I believe we have another point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a response to question of privilege for the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in response to the question of privilege raised on April the 29th by the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, regarding the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China. I'd like to offer some clarification, as it is critically important that members have the facts and the chronology.
Honourable Member, est-ce que je pourrais demander aux honorables députés?
I ask honourable members to please take their conversations outside the House because the House's conversations are ongoing.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to offer some clarification, as it is critically important that members have the facts and chronology about this matter. As I submit that the facts of the situation clearly demonstrate that the government acted without delay to notify the House and Senate of suspicious spear fishing activity that targeted parliamentarians. I would also state that since this incident occurred, the government has given clear direction to intelligence agencies that when there are threats of interference, influence, or intimidation against any member of this House or the Senate, these agencies are to engage the affected member in the expeditious manner. I will now draw the attention of members of this House to the facts and chronology of events that occurred respecting the matter raised by my colleague across the way. On January 2021, the Canadian Centre for Cyber Security informed the House of Commons administration about suspicious spear phishing activity targeting individuals with parl.gc.ca and Senate.gca.ca email accounts beginning on January 22, 2021 and into March 2021. A series of reports were shared with the House of Commons about the activity and only technical details were available and shared at this time. On June 29, 2022, the FBI shared a report with the Communications Security Establishment detailing cyber threat activities targeting members of the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, including parliamentarians. On June the 30th, 2022, the Communications Security Establishment shared all relevant technical information of cyber threat activity with security officials in both the House of Commons and the Senate, including the names of the impacted parliamentarians. As there is a separation between the executive branch of government and the legislative branch, the Communications Security Establishment determined that it was appropriate to defer to the House of Commons and the Senate as owners and managers of their IT networks and parliamentary email addresses to address the threats. At the time that this took place, it was felt that this was the appropriate procedure to follow in order to respect the independence of the legislative from the executive. I cannot speak to what the House of Commons or Senate administration did with this information provided to them, but the Canadian security establishment, as this is for them to explain. I can only explain the actions of the departments and the agencies of the Government of Canada. I would therefore assert that there is no prima facie question of privilege in this instance, as the communication security establishment properly shared the information that they were provided, including the names of parliamentarians, with the House of Commons and the Senate administrations. I'd like to point out that since that time, procedures have evolved and MPs have been made it clear that they would like to be notified directly when they are targeted. Therefore, in May 2023, the then Minister of Public Safety issued a ministerial directive requiring that the Canadian Security Intelligence Service will, where possible, inform parliamentarians of threats to their security. As stated in my opening remarks, had this threat been raised today, I can assure you that the directive would have been followed and security agencies would have proactively provided information on the threat to parliamentarians. Our government takes matters of foreign interference and foreign influence extremely seriously to protect our democratic institutions and representatives. And I can assure this House that our government will continue to take serious steps to address threats against our beloved country and the institutions that serve and represent our citizens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the viewpoint contributing to this, and the Speaker will take it under advisement. It being 6:29, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, beginning debate at second reading of Bill C-277, National Strategy on Brain Injuries Act, standing in the name of Mr. McGregor.
Monsieur McGregor, appuyé par Monsieur.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves that Bill C-277, an act to establish a national strategy on brain injuries, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
The debate for Cowichat, Langford, Madam Malahat Langford.
Madam Speaker, it is indeed a great and rare honour to be able to stand in the House of Commons to sponsor and present a piece of legislation for all of my colleagues to consider. And with that being said, I am pleased to kick off the debate on Bill C-277, the National Strategy on Brain Injuries Act. Before I get into the details of the bill, Madam Speaker, I want to start by sharing 3 personal stories so that members in this chamber who are listening can get a real sense of why this national strategy is so important. I want to tell you the story of Kyle Mockford from my riding, who in 2012 was brutally attacked from behind, being struck up to 20 times in the head before collapsing unconscious. For months afterwards, he experienced severe headaches, balance problems, fatigue, poor coordination, and reductions in reasoning skills, concentration, and memory. This was followed by bouts of depression, anxiety, compulsive aggressive behaviors, and PTSD, all of which got progressively worse after the attack. In his words, quote, "I expect I'll never get back to being completely normal, but I'm finally doing the proper things to get back to normal as much as is possible after falling through the cracks for so long. I want to shine a light on how serious brain injuries can be and that they can and will have long-lasting consequences and effects on a person's life." Madam Speaker, I also want to tell you the story of Derek Forsyth from Victoria, a man who has 85 criminal convictions and who was caught up in a vicious and repeating cycle of doing time in prison, getting out, and doing time again. A series of undiagnosed brain injuries dating back to his childhood led to frequent interactions with our criminal justice system and to an addiction to drugs. But with proper support, Madam Speaker, he has turned his life around. Derek still faces symptoms of the brain injury, including extreme fatigue, which will never go away, but he says that dealing with the injury has taught him how to be more giving, understanding, and compassionate. And finally, Madam Speaker, I want to tell you the story of Abbotsford resident and school trustee Shirley Wilson and her late son, Jacob. Jacob suffered a traumatic brain injury after he was struck by a pickup truck in August of 2018 at the age of 21, while he was walking along Marshall Road in Abbotsford. He was resuscitated 3 times by medical teams that night. Over the last years of his life, the devastating injuries he sustained led to isolation, psychosis, drug addiction, and eventually his death by an accidental fentanyl overdose on November 11th of 2021. He was just 24 years old. Madam Speaker, now for the statistics. Brain injuries are often known as the hidden epidemic because the people who have them don't always bear physical scars. They can very generally be separated, acquired brain injuries, into traumatic and non-traumatic kind. The traumatic brain injuries can come from assault, from playing sports, from motor vehicle accidents, and non-traumatic acquired brain injuries can come from strokes, from overdoses, and from aneurysms. It is estimated that over 160,000 new cases of brain injury happen annually in Canada, and there's an estimated national prevalence of over 1.5 million cases. Traumatic brain injuries are 44 more times more common than spinal cord injuries, 30 times more common than breast cancer, and 400 times more common than HIV/AIDS. In fact, the incidence and prevalence of brain injury surpasses that of HIV/AIDS, spinal cord injury, breast cancer, and multiple sclerosis combined. We know that brain injuries contribute to homelessness, to incarceration, to substance use, and to mental health issues. We know that brain injury survivors face a 200% increased risk of struggling with addictions, and their risk of suicide increases by 400% after a brain injury. Despite these stark statistics, Madam Speaker, funding for the awareness, prevention, and treatment pales in comparison with many other ailments impacting the health and well-being of Canadians. And I would just, we all know about Heart and Stroke Canada and the Canadian Cancer Society and the good work that they do. But Brain Injury Canada and the knowing of brain injuries and how common they are in Canada pales in comparison. The rate of traumatic brain injury increases in older groups. We do have an aging demographic, and we know that those over 60 account for 29% of all head injury hospitalizations. We also know that seniors with brain injuries can experience accelerated aging effects and that there can be an increased risk of Alzheimer's and dementia. So in response to all of these facts and to the many, many champions who are working to get this strategy into place, I worked to introduce Bill C-277, the bill that we are considering this evening. Now, this bill didn't develop in a vacuum, Madam Speaker, and I want to single out a particular individual from my riding from the city of Langford, Janelle Brice Biagioni. I've known her for quite some time. She's a very persistent constituent, very passionate about these issues, and it was through conversations with her that I first came through to developing the idea of putting in place a national strategy to address brain injuries, because her story is very personal. Her late husband, Constable Gerald Brice, was once a member of the RCMP, and while he was on duty on his motorcycle, he was involved in a motor vehicle accident. And he went into a coma and unfortunately eventually succumbed to his injuries. So for her, this is very personal, and it eventually led to me introducing the original Bill C-323 in the previous 43rd Parliament. It was then that it got the attention of Brain Injury Canada, and I really want to recognize Brain Injury Canada and Michelle McDonald. They have been a tremendous organization. They do such incredible work from coast to coast to coast. And through consultations with Brain Injury Canada, and we developed the bill that you see today. So this bill was very much co-written with Brain Injury Canada, and I can't thank them enough for their valuable input and the stakeholders that they have reached out to. Because truly, Madam Speaker, this bill has taken on a life of its own. There are so many people with lived experience, so many organizations, so many people who are working in research, who have reached out to my office, who are mounting a campaign outside of my efforts inside of the House of Commons to raise awareness. And, I think of March of Dimes Canada, all of the provincial injury associations, the Cowichan Brain Injury Society from my own riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, the Concussion Legacy Foundation of Canada, but also prominent individuals like Dr. Gabor Mate, who has also lent his support to this bill. And what an honor to have such a learned individual who's been so active in this field to lend his support. So now to the language of the bill, Madam Speaker. Essentially, this is a national strategy that is going to require the Minister of Health to consult with representatives of provincial governments, with Indigenous groups, and with relevant stakeholders to develop this strategy to support and improve awareness, prevention and treatment, as well as rehabilitation of persons living with a brain injury. The strategy includes a number of measures, 11 in total, and I won't go through all of them in detail, but very briefly, they include measures like identifying the training, education, and guidance needs of healthcare and other professionals who work in this field, promoting research and improving data collection on the incidence and treatment of brain injuries, promoting information and knowledge sharing, creating national guidelines on the prevention, diagnosis, and management of brain injuries, and also fostering collaboration with and providing financial support to those associations that do this important work. But the two items I really want to highlight are that it will ask the Minister of Health to encourage consultation with mental health professionals, particularly in educational institutions, sports organizations, and workplaces, to provide persons who are suffering from the effects of a brain injury, including mental health and addiction problems, with a support system within the community, but also to identify challenges resulting from a brain injury, such as mental health problems, addiction, housing, and homelessness issues, and criminality, including intimate partner violence, and to work to develop solutions in collaboration with stakeholders. And I think if we canvass members in this House, we can all agree that those are issues affecting all of our ridings in all of our communities within them. So, Madam Speaker, let's get to the why we need this bill. And I first want to apply a gender lens to this bill because professional sports get a lot of attention with respect to head injuries, but I really want to leave people with this startling fact. For every NHL hockey player who suffers a concussion in sport, more than 5,500 Canadian women sustain the same injury from domestic violence. Women in families also tend to be disproportionately higher burdened with the responsibility of providing care to loved ones. I also think that we need to spend time talking about the intersection of brain injury with our criminal justice system. And Brain Injury Canada has done a lot of work on this. Evidence shows that sustaining a traumatic brain injury increases the risk of involvement with the criminal justice system. There are many common cognitive, emotional, and behavioral symptoms or impairments that can increase the chance of a negative interaction with police and with the justice system. And these can include, Madam Speaker, anger management issues, challenges with processing information, engaging in high-risk behaviors, inappropriate emotional responses, lack of impulse control, memory impairments, and poor judgment. And I know from speaking to police in my role as the public safety critic, I have also spoken with members who work in our federal correctional system, both the program officers within and the parole officers who work on the outside. And certainly their firsthand accounts of undiagnosed brain injury within our prison system is absolutely been startling testimony to hear from directly. So it is a very real problem. And if we want to be serious about addressing some of the major societal issues like criminality, I think addressing undiagnosed and even diagnosed brain injuries is going to go a long way to helping these people lead productive lives. I also want to talk, Madam Speaker, about the intersection with opioid use in our communities. One of the existing challenges with the treatment of substance use and brain injury at the same time is that the current programs are not equipped to handle both. The majority of brain injury rehabilitation, community and support programs require participants to be sober. But similarly, the centers and programs that specialize in addiction support are not able to handle the complex needs of someone who has a brain injury. So again, two very real problems, often interconnected, but we don't yet have adequate support and treatment systems to deal when they happen at the same time. And I know in the communities I represent, and I think this is the same for right across Canada, this is a very real issue. So, Madam Speaker, I want to wrap up by saying that there is very much a poor understanding of brain injury and its consequences in both health and social care systems. I think it's very well known amongst some segments of the population, but I don't think yet that policy-wise we have yet gotten a firm grasp on the situation. And I believe, and I hope all members will support me in this, that by legislating this requirement for a national strategy, we can truly start treating this major societal problem with the urgency and resources it needs. It is a problem bigger than any one province or territory can handle on its own. We know that with proper treatment and support, many people with brain injuries can return to productive and engaging lives. It's amazing that I've already had support from the City of Victoria, the City of Langford, North Cowichan, and Nanaimo, and I think many more municipalities are going to follow suit given the problems they are dealing with in their populations. I sincerely hope all colleagues are going to join with me and support the principle of this bill and send it to the Health Committee where it belongs. I want to end, Madam Speaker, with a quote from Dr. Gabor Mate. Quote, "Brain injury is one of the hidden epidemics, too often unrecognized, that exacts a heavy toll on sufferers, their families, and caregivers. It has many health implications which may last a lifetime. Children with brain injuries, for example, are at an elevated risk for depression. Other potential consequences of traumatic brain injury include loss of behavioral control, aggression, memory loss, dementia, and potentially substance abuse. Nearly half the homeless population have endured a brain injury. A national strategy that entails the proper education of health personnel, teachers, social workers, law enforcement people, service providers, and policymakers at all levels is urgently needed. Based on my clinical work and on my extensive reading of the research literature, I fully support this initiative." So that's a quote from Dr. Gabor Mate. I urge all members to listen to those wise words, to the many people campaigning for this bill, to give your support to this bill, to send it to the Standing Committee. I thank all members in this House for their consideration.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Cowichan, Langford, Malahach. I always get that wrong, but great to work with him in the House and on committees. Very interested in this bill and how it might be embedded in some of the work that I've also been involved with Brain Canada, with Dr. Vivian Poupin, the $80 million over 4 years in Budget 2024 for Brain Canada research, looking at stem cell treatment of things like injuries or like conditions that result in behavioral or other problems. The Canadian Brain Research Strategy and Dr. Jenny Young, the work that she's doing, I think the collaboration around brain and our understanding of the brain, I think could be enhanced by including the work that this member is doing on brain injury, whether he might make a comment on how this could be embedded in some of the larger strategies in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my Liberal colleague for his kind words. I do recognize that there are many organizations out there doing great work. There's funding available from private individuals, from nonprofits, and from government. What I'm hoping, I don't want this strategy to interrupt that, but really to add as a sort of a legislative requirement so that we don't suffer from policy lurch, because one of the key components of this bill is a reporting requirement to Parliament. And I think that's putting in an important accountability measure for parliamentarians as representatives of the people to ensure that this national strategy and all of its key components are being met, and that you have those legislative requirements to promote knowledge transfer, a national strategy on how we best approach this. So I see it very much as a complementary thing, but also with key accountability measures so that we have those legislative guardrails against policy lurch whenever we have a potential change in government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. We work well together on the Agriculture Committee, and this is something that we have talked about before. And the one question I would have is just simple. Has there been conversations with the provincial health ministers and groups like that to make sure that we can have this together? Obviously, health is provincial jurisdiction. We don't want to infringe on jurisdictions, but making sure that we have those conversations so when we do bring forward the national strategy, if we do bring it forward, that we have provincial buy-in as well. So that's very important. I just want to, if he has a couple comments on that.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahide, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have not yet had the time to consult widely with the provinces, but I don't see Bill C-277 as in any way interrupting with their clear jurisdiction over health policy. This is really putting in a legislative requirement for our federal Minister of Health, and it's really spelled out right in Clause 2 that the Minister of Health cannot develop the strategy without consulting with provincial representatives, with representatives of Indigenous governments, and indeed stakeholders. And what I'm really positively influenced by is just the sheer number of people with lived experience, their friends, their families, their loved ones, researchers, provincial and national organizations, people who represent retired athletes. They are all clamoring for this bill to be passed, and I think that kind of pressure is going to lend itself to provinces doing the right thing. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Montcalm. Yes, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Cochin Malahat Langford, is he open to having his strategy in some way be amended to respect Quebec and the province's jurisdiction, because a number of national strategies that emerge in different ways in this House often don't take into account that essential element. Is he open to that?
Cochin Malahat Langford.
Madam Speaker, I am certainly open to considering any and all amendments should this bill reach committee. What I'm asking for members to do now is to support the principle behind this bill. And as I answered my Conservative colleague, I don't think this bill as written infringes on provincial jurisdiction over health. This is really asking the federal government to work with provinces, recognizing that this is truly a national problem that is bigger than any one province or territory can handle. People in every single province suffer from brain injuries, and their effects are just as debilitating whether you live in Quebec or in British Columbia. So I am certainly going to be open to any amendments. I'm just hoping that we can have a unanimous vote in support of the principle of this bill, given the extreme importance it has for so many people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased today to speak in support of this bill from my honourable colleague for Cowichan Malahat Langford that he's presented, and I know he's been a champion of this issue for a long time, and I believe C-277, the National Strategies on Brain Injuries Act, is an important piece of legislation that I hope all members of this chamber will be able to support. And by the time I finish my remarks in 9 or 10 minutes, another 3 Canadians will have suffered a traumatic brain injury or TBI. That's right, 1 every 3 minutes, 450 a day. These are estimates only because often these types of injuries, often known as invisible injuries, are recognized to be underreported and therefore undiagnosed. And when we discuss injury, we're not just talking about falls in a bathtub or a trip on the ice. Because in addition to TBI and concussions, there are developmental brain injuries, physical trauma, including through intimate partner violence, toxic trauma, such as through destructive substance use, and then organic injuries like strokes.
One of the challenges that brain injuries present is that they represent a silent epidemic. In many of these cases, there aren't outward physical indicators, and there's no single test that can definitively prove a concussion or its severity. This can lead to people not getting the treatment and the support they need, and hampering their recovery, sometimes even leading to a worsening of their symptoms.
Particularly much in rural and northern remote areas, like many parts of the north, including the Yukon. And it's estimated by Brain Injury Canada, and I want to add my thanks to Brain Injury Canada for their advocacy and their bringing to public notice the importance of this issue. that concussions in rural areas appears more frequently than in urban areas. And given the lack of access to medical care, recovery supports, and imprecise diagnoses available for some types of TBI to begin with, it may be that the incidence of underreporting is higher in our rural communities as well. And we know that Indigenous communities face these injuries with a higher risk for poorer outcomes, in part due to the socioeconomic factors that continue to disadvantage many Indigenous communities compared to non-Indigenous counterparts. And add to that the lack of diagnostic availability, as well as culturally appropriate treatment and care available, particularly in remote communities. Brain injuries in some can occur at any time and do affect Canadians in all walks of life in all regions of Canada. Because of how different these injuries are and how differently they can affect people, there's no single approach to manage and respond to this epidemic. So it's critical that we move to develop a national strategy to both support and improve brain injury awareness, as well as to provide treatment so that those who experience brain injury and their families have the supports they need to live as active and productive lives as they can. Après une lésion cérébrale.
Following brain injuries, many people experience difficulties readjusting to their normal lives. Thus, they may use maladaptive strategies such as self-medication, substance abuse, and withdrawal from the social networks that we all need to thrive, further exacerbating the suffering of individuals and their families. Indeed, half of all people affected by traumatic brain injuries are affected by depression and PTSD and other mental health issues, and the long-term complications can last for years.
There's been a growing realization from across Canadian society over the past years that more attention needs to be paid to traumatic brain injury and related brain injuries. And Brain Injury Canada and its provincial and local counterparts have long been advocates for this issue. For more than 30 years, the Constable Jerry Breese Centre for Traumatic Life Losses has been working to support and service individuals and their families whose lives have been radically changed by brain injuries. Competitive sports and athletics, from professional teams to Pee Wee hockey, have been integral also in moving this issue forward and educating athletes and their families about the risks, putting in reasonable measures to improve that education and reduce the risk of TBI. In 2013, for example, Hockey Canada implemented a new rule barring body checking in younger age groups, resulting in a 70% reduction in the risk of concussion, about 5,000 fewer concussions amongst youth in Canada, who, along with seniors, are the more vulnerable to experience concussions. Rowan's Law, passed in Ontario in 2019, mandates that sport organizations operating in the province must ensure that athletes under 26, parents of athletes under 18, and all coaches, teams, trainers, and officials annually review the Ontario Concussion Awareness Resources and establish codes of conduct to support concussion prevention and establish a removal from sport and return protocol. Like many important steps forward, Rowan's Law was introduced after a tragic event. In 2013, a young high school rugby player, Rowan Stringer, from Ottawa, died of second impact syndrome, which is a swelling of the brain caused by a subsequent injury that occurred before the previous injury healed. So Rowan hadn't known about her risks and continued to play after her first concussion. And the law was passed in her memory to raise awareness and educate athletes and others about concussion risk and ensure that the necessary measures were put in place to protect young people and ensure they can get the help and support they needed after a brain injury. One of my staff members has been an athlete at Carleton University and has had to participate in annual mandatory training sessions along with all other university athletes in Ontario and Quebec. And as the Associate Director of the BC Injury Research and Prevention Unit at BC Children's Hospital, Dr. Shalina Babul, who developed a widely used concussion awareness training tool, or CAT, said of the project, athletes are starting to take concussion more seriously.
But as I explained, this isn't just about athletes. In fact, there remain major gaps across Canadian society in education and treatment for brain injuries. There is simply a lot we do not know, given the lack of a comprehensive strategy to educate and ensure consistency and continuity of care across jurisdictions and demographics.
Brain Injury Canada can only offer us an extrapolation of data from the United States, as we currently lack the strategy to compile statistically important information about brain injury in Canada. One of my constituents, Liz Pilon, who founded and supports Concussion Cafe Yukon, has been struggling to pull together statistics on brain injuries in the Yukon. And because these are so often hidden injuries, it's not an easy task for researchers or advocates or legislators. We need this information, and we need to educate and raise awareness amongst Canadians about this issue, as well as develop a strategy to respond to appropriate resource and treatment needs for our different communities, whether for large urban centres or whether small rural communities like in my riding. And we cannot afford not to act. Even based on the known incidence of brain injury, it's projected that hospitalization costs for TBI in Canada will increase to $8.2 billion by 2031. My colleague's bill calls on the Minister of Health to work with the different levels of government, Indigenous groups, and relevant stakeholders to support and improve awareness, prevention, and treatment, as well as the rehabilitation and recovery of persons living with brain injury.
Such a strategy will help guide responses by healthcare workers and other relevant professionals in diagnosing, reducing, and managing brain injuries, and promote research and critically needed data collection. Such a strategy can also help coordinate resources, both for responses to and research and data collection on traumatic brain injuries and related injuries.
Hoping the consultations undertaken as part of such a strategy will include people like Liz, who recently joined a committee to establish a Charter of Rights for people with brain injuries in Canada. The text of the bill does recognize that the rights of individuals living with brain injuries will be protected, supported, and accommodated in their lives. Remember, 3 more Canadians have now experienced a traumatic brain injury since I began this speech. Perhaps that includes someone you know or love. And I think this bill is a logical step forward on an increasingly critical issue. I'll be supporting it in the House. I hope to be able to support its passage through committee and through the rest of the legislative process, and I hope my colleagues from around the House will do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Lua.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's my pleasure to take to my feet today and talk about something that is pretty close to my heart. I have constituents that have come and lobbied for this strategy, for a national framework on brain injury strategy, and I'd like to say a big thank you to Barb Butler from Wilcox, Saskatchewan, and Tammy Gall, who lives in Regina Luvan, and also when growing up was my babysitter in Rush Lake, Saskatchewan. And they both came to my office during the January break when we were in our ridings and talked about how important this strategy was to them, and talked about their experiences and what happened with their accidents and how it changed their lives forever. And I'm grateful for them coming to me. And with that being said, I'm very happy that we will be supporting this bill going forward, and I'm happy to support the member from Calhatch-Langford, and like I said, we work well in the Agriculture Committee, and I'm happy he brought this bill forward, and he has outlined a lot of the numbers when it comes down to how many people, how many Canadians, 1.5 Canadians are affected, 1.5 million are affected by brain injuries. And it's not just the people that suffer the injuries, Madam Speaker, it's their families and their friends and everything that goes with these very traumatic injuries that happen, these accidents. And it goes beyond that, Madam Speaker, like both speakers before me have said, the addictions that do happen with this. And I know the member who brought the bill forward talked about the difficulties and the high-priced professional athletes pay, and the 5,500 women that are suffering brain injuries or injuries to the brain from domestic violence. And why I think this is so important is 2 of my friends had very traumatic experiences. I grew up with Derek Bogart. He was an NHL hockey player, and his dad was an RCMP member in Herbert, Saskatchewan. And Derek and I played all of our minor hockey together. I always thought I wanted to be in Derek's shoes. He made it. He played junior, and then he went and played in the NHL. He played with the New York Rangers, the Minnesota Wild, and Derek was a monster of a man. He was 6'7", 260 pounds, I think, on his lightest day, and he was the team's enforcer. And the thing that happens when you get concussions, Madam Speaker, and when you get brain injuries is you walk around and nobody sees it. They wonder why you're not playing, what's going on, because they can't see your concussion. It's inside, right, Madam Speaker? And that wears on you a lot also. It's very mentally draining because everyone thinks, why aren't you on the ice? And what happened with Derek is that string got, and then he got addicted to pills. And I always really wanted to be Derek. I thought I might have been able to take him in back when we were younger kids, but it really dawned on me, Madam Speaker, when I was a staff member in the Saskatchewan legislature, I actually wrote the statement when Derek died that the member delivered in Saskatchewan. And that just struck home. His father and mother and brothers, Aaron's still in White City, and it's amazing how someone so big, larger than life, can get tackled and taken down by something that no one can ever see, and no one knew how much pain he was going through. And that's what happens to some of these people. And I'm just so happy that we were able to come together, I think, as a whole House of Commons, and realize it's a silent killer, really, Madam Speaker, is kind of what has been described to me before. And another good friend of mine I played hockey with is Rick Rippon. He was a captain of the Pats, and he played for the Vancouver Canucks. And he kind of had similar experiences. He was a pound for pound, probably one of the toughest kids I've ever seen in my life. And he got some injury problems as well, Madam Speaker, and addictions kind of took over a little bit from him as well. So when we see these larger-than-life people happening to you, I know it's not all about the professional athletes when the member talked about it, but these people are going through so many difficult situations, and I think when we can make this strategy a national concern and bring it to the forefront and bring more attention to when there are injuries to everyone in our country, Madam Speaker, it means a lot to not only the people that are suffering, but their families as well. Because I've talked to lots of the families that have had these experiences, and it's something we don't talk about enough. I think the member's right. We talk cancer and talk about, and I'm wearing my MS carnation today, and those are all very important. And to finally have something like this brought forward on the floor of the House of Commons is really a good step forward in the right direction. And having the Canadian Centre for Brain Injury on board and looking at all the stats that Tammy and Barb brought forward to me, a lot of those numbers, you look at them and they're overwhelming, actually, how many people do suffer with brain traumatic experiences and their car crashes, their accidents, and lots of times, like the member said, domestic violence. And there's something that can be done to help these people and coming together. And my question earlier was about the provincial aspect of this, and I know the minister must consult with provincial health ministers, and I think that is so important to have in this piece of legislation. I believe that the health ministers across the provinces will be more than engaged. I've talked to the Saskatchewan health minister previously, and the new one I look forward to having a conversation with, just to make sure that they have the tools that they need as well to make sure that they come together. And I hope this would be something that at a federal, provincial, territorial meeting could probably get on the agenda for our health ministers, and the health minister for the Liberals, I hope, would bring that up when they have the next conversation to make sure that they are talking about this. And I love the idea that it has to report back to the House of Commons, so there is some accountability when this private member's bill is passed. I think that accountability is extremely important, and I believe that working together, and that is nice in this House when you can work together as a unit, and this is something that should bring people together, and that we should be able to have fruitful discussions and the health experts and take this to the health committee. I know we have doctors on the health committee. Our health shadow minister is very, very keen to help move this forward as well. And I listened to the member for Yukon and his speech, and I appreciate his expertise when it comes to the medical field. And I wanted to stand up and just kind of bring a personal perspective to what this means to the people in my riding and to myself as well, because I think when we have the opportunity to stand up and show our constituents that we can work together to get something like this moved forward. They were very passionate, and is a passionate, like the member who presented the bill, sponsored bill, said that it was a passionate advocacy across the country. There were so many groups that came together and wanted to make sure that this bill got passed, and I'm happy that we can work together and make sure that we get this done. And I'm just happy that we can hopefully make sure that we get a strategy in place that helps people like Derek and like Rip, so when they do have those injuries, they can get the help they need and they don't turn to something like trying to self-medicate, because I think that's something that people do way too much when it comes to injuries like this. The self-medication is what starts them down the road to a place where sometimes you can't get back from. So thank you for allowing me to add my comments, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. To put an end to the suspense, I'll announce immediately that the bloc will be voting in favour of this bill. But I would like to express our reservations about the emergence of multiple national strategies, because those strategies often disregard Quebec and provincial jurisdictions, and they often disregard what's already going on in Quebec. This bill would make the federal government the maestro, if you will, in this area, whereas Quebec has its own strategy, including a strategy around concussions or TBIs, traumatic brain injuries. So let's look at this bill and examine its contents 1 point at a time. A, promote the implementation of preventative measures to reduce the risk of brain injuries. That's a good thing, particularly as an employer, but also as a contributor to a number of organizations and so on. The federal government has to try to reduce the number of brain injuries or the risk of those wherever it can. B, identify the training, education, and guidance needs of healthcare and other professionals related to brain injury prevention and treatment, and the rehabilitation and recovery of persons living with a brain injury. So identify is the verb there. So training healthcare professionals is a matter of provincial jurisdiction. Treatment is a matter of hospitals, which also comes under provincial jurisdiction. So as a result, the federal government cannot do anything cannot identify, but it can certainly, the federal government can cooperate with identifying these needs. And in order to reduce brain injuries, Quebec has its own model with our own centers of healthcare provision, and that is based on access, continuity, and quality of service. So the Quebec's model was set up in the early 90s, and it promotes cooperation, research, and an ongoing evaluation process across the entire continuum of care. So that requires cooperation among the Ministry of Health, the National Institute, and the Provincial Car Insurance, Crown Corporation, and other players. When it comes more specifically to brain injuries, Quebec also has an action plan for the prevention and management of concussions in sports. And since 2019, we've had a protocol for managing concussions. And in that protocol, there is follow-up information to be provided to sporting, schooling, and recreational organizations and to the healthcare network. And this enables us to monitor the condition of participants in these activities. But it doesn't, of course, replace proper diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries. So Quebec is its own specialist in this arena, as are all the other provinces. And for example, the INES, in partnership with the its Ontario counterpart, has published a national guide for dealing with brain injuries. There's also a tool, which is a decision-making algorithm that comes from the Quebec Sports Ministry, and that algorithm has to deal with treating mild traumatic brain injuries. C, promote research and improve data collection on the incidence and treatment of brain injuries and on the rehabilitation and recovery of persons living with a brain injury. So promoting research, that is the essential role of the federal government, which the federal government should play a role in. And we have as evidence the University Research Center of the Psychology Department of the University of Montreal. And that research chair, it's a Canada Research Chair on brain injuries among children, and that research chair does outstanding work, and it's well funded. The chair looks into getting a better understanding of brain injuries among children. Paragraph D, promote information and knowledge sharing with respect to brain injury prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and the rehabilitation and recovery of persons living with a brain injury. Yes, indeed, promoting information and knowledge here and internationally is a mission that the federal government should be involved in. For example, setting Canadian guidelines on brain injuries in sports. E, create national guidelines on the prevention, diagnosis, and management of brain injuries in all communities, including recommended standards of care that reflect best methodological, medical, and psychosocial practices. As I said before, Quebec is already doing that under its own model. And the federal government, if it just wants to cooperate, that's fine, but not to establish the approach. F, promote awareness and education with particular emphasis on improving public understanding and protecting the rights of persons living with a brain injury. In order for an awareness campaign to be effective, it has to be adapted to the context. And since it's Quebec that provides the services, Quebec is in the best position to do this and already does this. There are already a number of brochures and documents that promote awareness of brain injuries. G, foster collaboration with and provide financial support to national, provincial, and local brain injury associations and brain injury service providers to develop and provide enhanced and integrated mental health resources for persons living with a brain injury and for their families. If the federal government wants to use tax incentives to help families dealing with the added cost of a brain injury, the Bloc would encourage it. But the promised changes to EI to improve benefits still hasn't happened. H, encourage consultation with mental health professionals, particularly in educational institutions, sports organizations, and workplaces, to provide persons who are suffering from the effects of brain injury, including mental health and addiction problems, with a support system within the community. Encouraging consultation is all well and good, that's fine. But the problem is one of access. Quebec lacks the funding it needs to train the healthcare experts, and we also lack the resources to provide better working conditions for community organizations and so on. So if the federal government wants to better fund our healthcare system, it's no surprise that I would say they could simply do that by boosting health transfers. The Bloc would agree with that. But the Bloc would remind everyone that one of the major problems of Canada's healthcare system is that the federal government doesn't pay its fair share. They're not funding healthcare enough. They should be paying 35% of the bill. I, identify challenges resulting from brain injury such as mental health problems, addiction, housing and homelessness issues, and criminality, including intimate partner violence, and work to develop solutions in collaboration with stakeholders. Health includes mental health, and that is a matter of provincial jurisdiction. The same thing goes for addiction, housing, and homelessness. If the federal government wants to finance research, to fund research, we would invite them to do so. And that's an area where the federal government should do something. J, maintain in collaboration with Brain Injury Canada, a national information website providing current facts, research, and best practices related to the diagnosis and management of brain injuries, as well as other relevant resources. Madam Speaker, When I saw that, I found it a bit strange that the bill would explicitly include an organization like Brain Injury Canada and making it responsible for a website on brain injuries. It's our view that Quebec and the provinces are better placed to inform the public of the resources available for those who've suffered a brain injury. K, establish a task force to include policymakers, stakeholders, community agencies, brain injury associations, and Indigenous groups, as well as persons who have experienced a brain injury and their families, to make recommendations in relation to the national strategy. Oh, I didn't see your sign, Madam Speaker. Can I finish my sentence? How much time do I have left? 30 seconds? Oh. Okay. And their families to make recommendations in relation to the national strategy. We agree with that. And as I said before, we're looking forward to studying this in committee so that we can make changes, fix it up a bit, and then hopefully pass this bill after the committee's work is done. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Madam Speaker, it is a huge honour today to rise and stand in solidarity in support of Bill C-277, a national strategy on brain injury, a bill that's I've been fortunate and honoured to be the seconder of, Madam Speaker, and tabled by my good friend from Cowichan, Malahat Langford. And I'm so grateful that he chose to move this bill in his order of precedence because it is such an important injury. And I also want to give a huge shout out to those from Brain Injury Canada, the important advocacy and work they do. And I was fortunate to stand alongside them today at a press conference here, just outside the House of Commons, in solidarity with the important work they're doing, the advocacy. And Madam Speaker, we see again and again in Canada that justice issues are health issues and that health issues are injustices often in our country. And the epidemic of brain injuries, with more than 165,000 traumatic injuries per year, is without a question a significant health issue. And nobody can dispute that, Madam Speaker. And what Canadians need to know is that brain injuries are also an issue, like I said, of justice. But we need better treatment, better prevention, and better information to keep people safe from these injuries and to help survivors and their families and those that love them to move forward. We need a national strategy on brain injuries, or we'll really be turning a blind eye to an injury which affects the most vulnerable in our society and makes their lives worse. And I got to say, Madam Speaker, it is just overwhelming to hear today's speeches from the Liberals, the Conservative Party, and the Bloc, all in support of this very, very important initiative. And so I'm hoping that we'll seek unanimous support for this this important bill, Madam Speaker. We all agree that our healthcare system is a two-tiered system when it comes to physical and mental health. We need to achieve parity with mental and physical health. That's something that we've been long advocating for as New Democrats. And when it comes to brain injuries, this is something that collectively we can work together on. We know that not all people who suffer brain injuries suffer them in the same way. And I want to note that many of the most vulnerable Canadians, those who've been overlooked and underestimated by our government and society, are the people who are most likely to suffer brain injuries. And every year, thousands of Canadian women receive brain injuries from the abuse of their domestic partners. 5,500 Canadian women suffer a concussion from their partners for every NHL player that is concussed. That is unbelievable, Madam Speaker. And we need to understand that brain injuries are a matter of gender justice. Children who are the survivors of abuse are likewise more likely to grow up with a traumatic brain injury. They're less likely to attend university, and by the time they enter the job market, they're less likely to find well-paying jobs and less likely to escape the very same cycles that they were raised in. People with traumatic brain injuries are more likely to perpetuate physical abuse within their own families. And brain injuries are a matter of intergenerational justice. Indigenous Canadians are disproportionately likely to have suffered brain injuries. And in most rural and northern communities, there are few or no resources available for people who have incurred concussions or other traumatic brain injuries. And we know, Madam Speaker, that brain injuries are a matter of reconciliation and Indigenous justice. 3/4 of brain injury survivors are unemployed. That's totally unacceptable by every member in this House. And more than half of Canada's unhoused population has suffered some kind of head injury. The financial impact of a brain injury can be devastating. Canadians may lose the ability to commute to work, to perform their job, or move at all because of their brain injury. And also, survivors are more likely to live in poverty. Brain injuries are a matter of economic justice. Canadians with brain injuries are twice as likely to succumb to addiction and substance use disorder, Madam Speaker. And these Canadians are more likely to receive further brain injuries because of long-term poisoning, whether it be by toxic drugs, and immediate damage from overdoses that happens, Madam Speaker. We know the toxic drug crisis that's ravaging not just Canada, but the United States and North America, Madam Speaker. I sat in Health Committee last week and listened as leaders of Canada's police force and the BC Chiefs of Police talked about the toxic drug crisis. And the message I heard was clear and unequivocal. We can't have justice without a health-based first approach when it comes to the toxic drug crisis. You know, the epidemic of brain injuries across Canada is not a problem that we can ignore any longer. I want to thank Leonard Croak, the Mayor of Nanaimo, who constantly talks about the impact of not supporting those with brain injuries on Vancouver Island. And he has been a strong advocate. I want to thank Leonard for the important advocacy he's done. And, you know, we know, Madam Speaker, that brain injuries are the #1 cause of death and disability for young Canadians. And I'm going to read a quote from the Comox Valley Head Injury Society. They wrote me a letter. In this letter, they outline, quote, as outlined by the World Health Organization, traumatic brain injury is projected to surpass numerous diseases as a leading cause of death and disability by 2020. In Canada, the annual incidence of acquired brain injury is alarmingly high, surpassing that of spinal injuries, breast cancer, and HIV/AIDS combined. These are all really terrible things, Madam Speaker, as we know, and they're big, important issues to all of us here. So imagine that combined. And despite the staggering statistics, the true scope is likely underestimated due to unreported cases stemming from concussions, intimate partner violence, violence from the homeless, among the homeless, incarceration, combat injuries, and survivors of opioid stimulant poisoning, end quote. We talk about veterans, Madam Speaker, and the impact on veterans. We heard that today at the press conference as well. I want to thank those that spoke today and the importance of the words they used. For decades, successive Conservative and Liberal governments have ignored calls for a coordinated response on this file. Hopefully today we're seeing everybody come together. In that time, though, the cycles of inequality caused by head injuries has continued. We can no longer turn our backs on the most vulnerable Canadians, Madam Speaker. We cannot let these injustices continue. And again, I'm grateful to my colleague from Malahat, Cowichan and Langford for ensuring that doesn't happen with this bill. These issues can't wait until the government finally decides to take action. Rates of brain injuries continue to rise. Our population is aging. As you know, the toxic drug crisis, as I mentioned, is worsening. And as a result of the number of Canadians living with brain injuries, this is rising, Madam Speaker. And Stephanie McGowan, who's the Executive Director of the Comox Valley Head Injury Society, told us that if we don't get behind it now, it's going to cost a lot more people in the future, and their families, of course, Madam Speaker, who support them. So if someone doesn't think this is an issue that affects them, I guarantee that it does. And according to Stephanie, she says, quote, everybody knows someone with a head injury, whether they know it or not. We heard about the hidden injuries, and certainly brain injuries is one of them. We heard that from a speaker today at the press conference. Many people don't want to share their injuries. Women who've suffered domestic violence, for example, may choose to hide their injury for their own security. Certainly, this issue affects my riding of Courtenay Alberni. Seniors, people involved in outdoor sports, and the unhoused are all at higher risk of brain injuries. And those three groups are well represented in the population of the Comox Valley, where the Comox Valley Head Injury Society represents it. And again, one of my constituents in the Comox Valley has seen the injustices of traumatic brain injury firsthand. She lost her home after her injury put her into a position where she could no longer keep up with the cost of daily life. Now she's been in and out of shelters without a reliable place to stay. She's had her possessions stolen. Without a home, she's been unable to find bathrooms to safely use the direct the medicine that she needs for heart disease. She's been in and out of the hospital, and with every single thing being more difficult for her as a result of her injury, she's been unable to escape from this cycle of injustice. So my constituent story is not unique, as you know. In the same community, we've heard from survivors who aren't able to rent an apartment because many landlords refuse to rent to someone without the money to pay up front or with behavioral struggles. Other survivors have been exploited by their landlords, defrauded and stolen from because of their vulnerability. And some constituents leave the city for remote communities where they can afford the cost of living, but where there are no resources for brain injury survivors. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see my time's running out. It's time for a national strategy on brain injuries. It's time for Canada to take responsibility for this issue and create a plan to tackle it. It's time for the federal government to start treating brain injuries as an issue of both health and justice. And again, Stephanie McGowan put it best when she said that without brain injury resources, our unhoused population goes up, people self-medicate, and our prison system becomes even more overburdened. I've got so many things I'd like to continue to say, Madam Speaker, but I do know that I'm out of time. And this bill will enable the development and delivery of enhanced and integrated mental health services for individuals living with brain injuries and their families. And as the mental health and addictions critic for the NDP, I really do welcome this bill, and I want to thank my colleague again for bringing this forward.
Resuming debate for about a minute and a half, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I seem to be in this situation a lot where you are restricting my time like this, but I understand. I do want to congratulate the member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford for bringing forward Bill C-277. You know, I've been listening to the debate today, and to be completely honest, I hadn't informed myself much of this bill till this point, but I certainly think that this strategy that he's proposing is an important one for many of the reasons that I've heard in the House today about how injuries that people sustain, brain injuries specifically, are injuries that are not as visible as other injuries that people might have from time to time. And I really took to heart some of the comments that I heard from my Conservative colleague today when he talked about the experiences that he had with a particular friend of his that he played hockey with, and the realities of brain injuries and what he witnessed somebody that was close to him go through. So I quite frankly think that it's time that we get to the point where we can send this to committee so that the committee can look at this. I do appreciate some of the concerns from the bloc that perhaps there's some jurisdictional boundaries here, but I'm convinced that we can work our way through those. So I look forward to the second hour of debate on this and perhaps adding a little bit more at that time, Madam Speaker, and ultimately to seeing this go to committee so it can be studied.
Thank the Honourable Member for respecting the time. So it being 7:29, the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre. À ce moment-ci, conformément.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am here today seeking clarity on unnecessary delays in passing Common Sense Bill C-234, legislation critical for the financial health of our Canadian farmers. If passed unamended, this bill would save our farmers nearly $1 billion by 2030. Yet this potential relief is compromised by amendments pushed through by Liberal-appointed senators, which threaten to slash nearly $910 million from these savings. They're attempting to gut this bill under the direction of this Liberal Prime Minister. The changes proposed, significantly removing the exemptions from the heating of livestock buildings and greenhouses, directly undermine the bill and our agricultural stability. These amendments were defeated multiple times in the House and the Senate before Liberal-appointed senators were told to push it through anyways. The amendments clearly do not reflect the will of this House and do not reflect the need of Canadian farmers. It's evident that the Liberal government has the power to pass this bill unamended. They could demonstrate genuine concern for our farmers by supporting this bill in its original robust form. By not doing so, they show their true colors,
showing that Liberals do not care about Canadian farmers. When looking at the overarching issue of the carbon tax, the Liberals continue to make misleading statements. They claim that 8 out of 10 families are better off with their Liberal rebates, a statement initially made in 2019 without full disclosure of how they came to this conclusion. When pressured, they scrambled, asking the parliamentary budget officer to somehow validate this shaky claim. Yet the latest reports from the PBO tell a different story. A 2023 report titled A Distributional Analysis of the Federal Fuel Charge under the 2030 Emissions Reduction Plan states on page 4, quote, taking into consideration both the fiscal and economic impacts, we estimate that most households will see a net loss, paying more in the federal fuel charge and GST, as well as receiving lower incomes compared to the climate action incentive payments they received, unquote. This tax reaches into every aspect of our lives. It raises the cost of gas, hikes heating bills, and affects grocery prices, all while reducing take-home pay as businesses are forced to pay more in taxes. The reality is depressing. The majority of Canadians are bearing a heavier financial burden under this policy. It's not just a carbon tax. It's a tax on our lifestyles, on our well-being, and on our economic freedom. Madam Speaker, the evidence is overwhelming, and the conclusion is clear. The carbon tax is a flawed policy, punishing the very people it claims to protect. Our farmers, our families, and our economy deserve better. I call on this government to prioritize the welfare of Canadians, to support our farmers by passing Bill C-234 unamended, and better yet, axe the tax entirely. A common-sense Conservative government will get rid of this useless carbon tax and pursue environmental policies that actually work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments. In recent years, climate change has had unprecedented effects on Canadians and people globally. Impacts from climate change are wide-ranging, affecting our homes, cost of living, infrastructure, health and safety, the economy, economic activities in our communities right across Canada and across the world. That's why Canadians demand real action on climate change. Canada has a strong climate plan. We released the 2030 Emission Reduction Plan. This plan describes in detail the many actions we are taking to support the global efforts to combat climate change and to meet Canada's 2030 emissions reduction targets. The carbon pricing is a central pillar to the plan. Canada's approach to carbon pricing reduces pollution at the lowest overall cost to businesses and consumers. It provides an incentive for climate action and clean innovation while allowing businesses and households to decide for themselves how best to reduce climate emissions. And giving back proceeds via the Canada Carbon Rebate keeps life affordable in the meantime. And putting a price on carbon pollution, it works. It's unfortunate that we are once again hearing misinformation from the opposition on carbon pricing. And as any economist will tell you, and as over 300 economists wrote recently in an open letter, people respond to prices. If something is more expensive, then individuals and businesses innovate to find ways to use less while keeping the same quality of life and competitiveness. This is just common sense and economics 101. I'd like to remind my colleague that the study after study has shown that carbon pricing works. 5 studies of carbon pricing in BC alone, when it was at much lower levels, showed reduction of 5 to 15%, much lower levels on gasoline. Dozens of studies on carbon pricing right across the world show similar reductions. that it will increase as the price increases. And of course, we are measuring the impact of carbon pollution pricing right here in Canada. Our most recent estimates are that it allows us to avoid 18 million tons of emission between 2019 and 2021, and that it is on track to deliver about a third of the over 200 million tons of emission reductions we are targeting by 2030. Let's not be nearsighted. Canadians want climate change and climate action, and the government owes it to them to be responsible and to use policies that will allow us to be effective and yet cost efficient. Our approach ensures that Canadians are well placed to benefit from the opportunities created by the global transition which is underway. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to admit, there was one truth in what he said, was that Canadians do want action on climate crisis. Unfortunately, this is just a tax. He talks about how they've got reductions, but yet there is no data to show there's reductions. There is data to actually prove carbon emissions have gone up ever since the COVID situation. That's the only time when the carbon price went, or the amount of pollution actually went down. And that's because people weren't flying, there wasn't jobs at the time, so that's the only time. Since that date, though, emissions have continually steadily increased, which is proving this carbon tax is not working. If the member can actually show the information, because the Minister of Environment did not say they are collecting any data to prove that emissions are lowering or the carbon tax is actually working. So it's quite interesting that he's got information, but the Minister of Environment does not.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. The Canada Carbon Rebate returns fuel charges proceeds to Canadian residents through direct deposit and checks. I want to remind my colleague that every 3 months he's receiving that check, and 8 out of 10 Canadians are making more than what they're spending. The remaining proceeds returned through other programs to Indigenous governments and small and medium-sized businesses. Canada's approach to carbon pricing reduces pollution at a lower overall cost to businesses and consumers. 8 out of 10 households receive more money back through the Canada Carbon Rebate than they pay towards the fuel charge. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Leamington, Chatham, Leamington.
Chatham, Kent, Leamington.
Kent, Leamington, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the opportunity to expand a bit more on a question that I asked actually on February the 8th, and I ended that opportunity with a request of this government to axe the carbon tax. Let me set the context first of the situation. Food inflation at the time was running higher than general inflation for quite some time. It has moderated a little bit, but I'm going to tell you this, people sometimes confuse a lower inflation rate with dropping prices. A lower inflation rate means that food prices are rising more slowly. They are still rising. Food bank visits at the time were at about 2 million per month. Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, who's testified numerous times at committee, predicted another 1 million new visitors to food banks in 2024. The last number I heard, Madam Speaker, was that we're sitting at 2.3 million visits to the food banks per month. Dr. Charlebois also predicted that food prices to the average family of 4 would rise $701 this year. Before I ask the question then, I would want to say that the situation that we're facing now is the same as when I asked that question. I stated in the premise to the question that both the amount and the type of food that Canadians were buying was decreasing. What does that mean? It actually means, Madam Speaker, that the carbon tax is working. The carbon tax is working. It's designed by nature to change people's behavior. That's its purpose. Think about taxes on smoking, tobacco products, taxes on alcohol. It's designed to curb people's behavior. And that's actually what makes the minister's response, the minister of ECCC, who responded to my question, his response so bizarre. I'm going to read it, Madam Speaker. I asked him to ask the tax, and he responded as follows. He said, Mr. Speaker, I would agree with a Conservative member for Regina Louvain who recognized that there's absolutely no data to support any link between the price on pollution and higher grocery pricing. In fact, there's no pricing on pollution in the United States of America, and their grocery prices are the same as we have here in Canada. There's simply no link between pricing on pollution and higher grocery prices. Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, he completely mischaracterized the member from Regina Louvain's comments. I was in the committee room when the member stated that, and what he stated was in response to the fact that third-party data has not yet to come up with a single number, a global number for the impact of carbon pricing on our food systems. Why? We have so many different food value chains that the carbon tax impacts differently. My history as a processed vegetable grower. We have many greenhouse growers in my riding. There are fresh vegetables, processed vegetables. Even those two simple systems, which are but small examples in our food value chain, have the carbon price impact their inputs differently. And so, Madam Speaker, that is a statement taken completely out of context. The carbon price is so interwoven in our systems that it is hard to tease out one number. But make no mistake, the carbon tax is driving food prices higher. It's embedded into our grocery prices. Lastly, I'll close with this point. The minister stated that there's no food price difference between Canada and the U.S. I live in Leamington. I live very near the Detroit-Windsor border. I've talked to colleagues that live between Niagara Falls and Buffalo, Sarnia and Port Huron, or all along the 49th parallel in Western Canada. I'm telling you, Canadians come back into Canada with American food, American groceries, not Americans buying food or groceries in Canada and taking them back to the U.S. Yes, I'm not going to state that every single food price is cheaper in the U.S. than in Canada, but the majority are, and that's why Canadians are bringing them back. That price on carbon has to go, especially on our food system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame Secretary. I want to
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
His comments. Farmers are the backbone to our country. Their work is difficult, especially with climate change impact heavily affecting their livelihood. They face climate change's harsh realities. Drought, wildfires, floods, and invasive species are all becoming more prevalent. Most Canadians recognize what the Governor of Canada has recognized, that putting a price on pollution is not contributing to inflation. The real cause of energy and grocery cost increases isn't the price on pollution. It's driven by the world market forces such as the massive supply chain shocks, which took place, of course, during COVID-19 and the Russian illegal war on Ukraine. I would also remind my members opposite to us that most of the emissions from the agriculture sector are not, I repeat, not subject to pollution pricing. We provide exemptions for gasoline and diesel fuel used by farmers and agriculture activities, and there is no price on emissions from livestock. There is also a partial rebate for commercial greenhouse operations. As well, we are returning a portion of the proceeds from the price on pollution directly to farmers in the backstop jurisdiction through a refundable tax credit. This would apply to farmers in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI, and Newfoundland. We are also creating economic opportunities for farmers that take further action to reduce emissions through the Canada GHG offset credit system. Madam Speaker, we are standing with our farmers who are in the front line facing climate change. As responsible stewards of the land, Canadian producers can lead the way in our transition to low-carbon economy while supporting food security and environmental sustainability. And just as important, some of the practices may generate positive economic benefits. Canada's approach to carbon pricing reduces pollution at the lowest overall cost to businesses and consumers. It provides the incentive for climate action and clean innovation while allowing businesses and households to decide for themselves how best to reduce emissions. It's a win for farmers, and it's a win for the environment, and it's a win for Canada. Spreading misinformation will make it harder for us to deal with the real source of the problem, which is climate change. This is why carbon pricing pollution is key. It's one of the many tools to address the climate change. It cuts the emissions, it addresses climate change head on. It sparks new ideas to cut down on pollution. By putting a price on pollution, by putting a price on carbon emissions, we are signaling to the environmental and societal costs associated with fossil fuel consumption, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Misinformation indeed, Madam Speaker. I would invite my honourable colleague to fill the galleries of this hallowed chamber with the farmers that support the carbon tax. I have yet to meet one. He referenced the farmers in his rebuttal to me. Let me bring up Highline Mushroom Farms, which is headquartered in my riding. I raised it in my question on February the 8th. They compete directly with mushroom farms right across the border in Michigan. There is no exemption for mushroom farms. None. They compete head to head. Where does the cost go? It goes to the consumer. He mentioned the greenhouse industry. By 2030, the greenhouse industry will pay another $250 million in carbon taxes. $250 million. Where does the honourable member believe that where that cost goes? Where? And that's at a partial exemption. The carbon tax is embedded into our food systems. Yes, on-farm diesel and gasoline is exempted. All the rest of the costs are not, Madam Speaker. None.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Canada's approach to carbon pricing is designed to reflect the true cost of pollution, incentivizing a collective move towards less carbon-intensive choices in energy production, home heating, and transportation. In provinces where the federal carbon pollution pricing system applies, the majority of fuel charge proceeds go right back in the pockets of individuals and families via the Canada Carbon Rebate, with the remaining proceeds returning to other programs, to Indigenous governments and small and medium-sized businesses. Residents in these provinces living in small and rural communities also receive a rural top-up, which they have voted against through Bill C-59. This proposes, of course, to double the top-up from 10% to 20%. Our measures balance support and the environment together. It's through this approach that we will
and time is up. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill not being present to raise during the adjournment proceedings the matter for which notice had been given. The notice is deemed withdrawn. Délibération sur la motion par...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Chair.